Good morning, everybody. This is Preeti on behalf of Linux World Informatics Private Limited. Today is the day one for the shell scripting workshop. Just giving you a small brief and an overview about how will we go. Many of you all are very familiar since you have been attending ample of workshops under Vimal Daga sir's guidance since last one and a half year, in even other many trainings. But the ones who have been enrolled for the very first time, specifically these instructions are for them. We follow a pattern. So first is you will be added to a WhatsApp group. In case if you have not been added to any WhatsApp group, I would request you to drop us an email stating your details, and we will ensure that you're a part of the group before the day end today, so that tomorrow you don't face any issue. Why do we make you a part of the WhatsApp group? So that in case if you have any queries, we have a Slack channel link wherein all our technical volunteers are almost active for 24 hours to help you while you're practicing your shell scripting things which you have learned during the workshop today, after the workshop as well. Even all throughout your journey of next 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, whenever you're doing something on shell scripting, and if you're facing any issue, you can post that on the Slack channel and my volunteers would be there, right there to help you out to resolve your issues. So it is a kind of a continuous technical support which we provide to everyone who's a part of the workshop as well. You also have specific technical volunteers allocated to your WhatsApp group, which are mentioned in that WhatsApp group's group description. They'll be there to help you specifically all throughout the journey. At the same time, we have something as a concept called as Learner Success Head, which is called as an LSH. In case if you have any management related thing, like once the workshop gets completed, and if you have not received the certificate or any error in the certificate or anything, you can address them and they'll help you with the same. So they will be there to make your journey of workshop a smoother success for these 2 days. The workshop would be for approximately 4 hours today and 4 hours tomorrow. Scheduled time is 9:30 a.m. IST time to approximately 1:30 p.m. Both the days, no recorded sessions would be available. These are live instructor-led workshop, which is very clearly mentioned even on the website, even while you were registering and even when you have been emailed. Now, let me talk something about the one who will be guiding you through this, or who will be your mentor, who will be your instructor during this workshop. You'll be undergoing this workshop under the guidance of none other than the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga. He is currently holding 2 world records. One is being a Red Hat certified architect level 23 with enterprise application level 9. He's the only one who has achieved this title in the domain of open source Red Hat, wherein ample of certifications in his on his hat. At the same time, he recently did another one, which is 11 AWS global certifications in 11 days. He's an active 13x certified AWS one, and much more to add to his portfolio. He's a senior principal IT consultant, has almost worked for all the top Fortune 500 companies by serving his consultancy and the integration level high-end corporate trainings to the CTOs, the founders, the architects of the research and development departments of various organizations. Fortunate enough to have him for you all, so that the industry experience, the real-time industry experience can be shared with you all, and that's what is the need of the day. At the end of the workshop, we'll be helping you with the process for getting your workshop certificate, the participation certificate. There's a process. If you fulfill the same, then you're eligible for it. I think that's it from my end. Over to you, Vimal sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome guys, welcome from my side. This is Vimal, and I would be the instructor for this process of shell scripting, right? So let's continue guys. I think Preeti have already introduced me, what exactly I'm doing. and very high level, right? Even though I believe most of the guys is already somehow connected me in some of my other training or my other consulting work. But by chance, if you have no idea what exactly I'm doing, so just search my name, Vimal Daga, in the Google, and you will find tons of information about me, my speak, my award, rewards, my story, and all the things, right? Is a quick if you want to know, because it is always good to know about the instructor to give a high level confidence, right? But yeah, because we are the technical guys, so I believe LinkedIn would be the best profile, even though I haven't properly updated from last couple of months or maybe year, but you'll get the high level idea what exactly I'm working, all of my particular domain I work on. Technically, I work in almost all the technical domain, and I believe almost all the top company in the world I worked directly with those guys, from PwC to Wells Fargo, Oracle, GE, Red Hat, Google, right? CA Technology. So till my journey, I think around 19, 20 years now, they've been in this industry and try to work and touch almost all the technological domain. Okay. But what I found nowadays we have, not nowadays, from last couple of years, we have a lot of powerful tool, okay, that work purely for the automation part. Okay, anybody who by chance know about Puppet, or if you know about Fabric, or if you know about Ansible and all those kind of tool, these are very powerful automation tool in the industry, and industry work like anything, using those tools like anything, right? If you know about this. But even though these kind of tools we have and very mature, even though, right, there's lots of requirements we have almost in all the projects where we want automation, but I don't want, and don't want to use a tool like Ansible and Puppet and Ceph and all those kind of tool, right? Or maybe SaltStack. Okay, again we have to go back to our typical traditional tool, and that tool is the one who can help you to solve your requirement of automation, right? So, and the tool is called shell scripting. Okay, so we have a lot of newer tools come up in the market, very mature, no doubt. I work also a lot on those tools, promote also those tools, but there is a lot of requirement almost everywhere we have, where we need shell tool or shell scripting, I can say, or shell scripting as a language, I can say, to automate the thing. Okay, so in that simple term, right, shell scripting is a automation tool. Okay, and it's not like a new tool, it's there initially when the OS or Linux OS or Unix OS has been started. So it's been decade and decade, these tools we have. And automation is not the new thing. It's not a new thing. It is already there from last couple of decades. Okay. So what I mean by automation, what exactly the shell scripting is. So this entire workshop, guys, would be on automation only, but technically I can say the entire workshop would be on shell scripting only, right? And what Ansible and Puppet can't do for you, what shell scripting can do for you, all those things I will give you the comparison of shell scripting with context with other new automation tools. So I will talk all those differences also in upcoming discussion, right? But before I start my main topic today, okay, there's that's a whole the workshop on this called shell scripting. Okay, I just want to tell you one or two things. First of all, this workshop will be entire practical, right? Practical workshop. This is one good thing. And practical doesn't mean just I'll keep on showing the practical. In between and by the end of tomorrow, right, I will cover a lot of different use case, or very interesting or maybe some complex use cases that we need a lot in industry work in daily practice. So I will cover those concepts, I'll share those use cases, and show you the practical how to solve those things. Okay, this is the one thing. about this workshop. Second thing is, even though the name and the title is workshop, it look like it is workshop, right? But it's not. Okay, anybody who have attended one of my other workshop, right? My normal pattern is, okay, in the workshop I pick one topic and almost everything whatever possible on those topic I will cover. So even though guys, even though if you know training or advanced training, so the content that you normally cover in the advanced training, I cover more than the content in the workshop, right? So you can consider this workshop, right, as an advanced training, and almost everything about shell scripting I am going to cover. And I think 8 hours and plus would be more than enough to cover everything about the shell scripting with the practicals, right? So there's also one interesting thing. So this you can think as a bonus part, because we haven't promoted the workshop in this way, but before I start, I want to explain you that this workshop is enough to know everything about anything about just a shell scripting, right? So we will cover everything over here. Okay, so there's two things. Second thing, by chance you don't know the protocol we follow, every day we have a one small break. So before the break, or before the day we conclude, I'll open the Q&A. That time only, guys, I'll go to my Q&A and check all of your queries, and I'll try to touch as much as query I can. Okay, this is one thing. So by chance, anybody who had any doubt, any questions regarding the topic that we have discussed yet, just put in the Q&A that point in time, so I'll try to address as much as query I can. Okay, but if you have any query left, I think Preeti have introduced the process. There are a lot of technical volunteers here who definitely help you, and we'll try to solve guys each and every query over here. Okay, this is one thing. But if you have, because I believe a lot of industry guys also here from multiple company, multiple different domains, multiple different profiles. Everybody has a different use cases, whatever they are going to solve with the shell scripting, or they might stuck in the shell scripting. I highly suggest, because I'll always try to make our workshop very open, as an open agenda. Okay, just put your points that I want to touch these topics. Even though I'll try to touch everything, I told you already, but maybe some kind of specific requirement you have, just try to put in the Q&A, or whatever the WhatsApp group you have after the today's classes. You get the flow right today after the workshop today complete, just post on your respective WhatsApp group. Okay, my team will collect those information, and those use cases, guys, somehow I'll try to touch in some of my topic of my tomorrow class, right? So because you're investing your time, so you guys would be benefited with every point and every requirement of yours. Okay, this is one thing. Third thing is, there's no prerequisite for this workshop. Okay, I'm going to start the things from very basics, from very zero. So for those guys who know good in Linux and maybe some shell part, maybe initial points or topic might look as a quick revision for them, but I have to start the thing from very zero, from very basics, because I believe more than 90% or 95% guys over here are very new in the shell scripting. Okay, so I have to start the thing from zero, but target would be to cover everything till the advanced. That I am pretty sure that by tomorrow end we will complete. Okay, but even though if you guys are have a good idea on shell scripting, maybe or in Linux, even though try to listen every point of me, maybe during basic discussion you guys might get some new things that will be helpful in some of my further use cases and some advanced discussion, right? So that's the point, guys. So let's go and start the shell scripting. The word I would like to start with the automation, but before I start the automation, I would like to tell you some very brief as a 5 or 10 minute, as a quick, very basic brief about the OS, so everybody will be with me for the further discussion, right? So it is something like this. If you talk about, guys, any operating system, my Windows or Linux, purely, guys, here I would like to focus more on the Linux or maybe Unix operating system, or let's say focus more on Linux operating system. So typically there's mainly two ways if you want to interact with the OS, because our requirement is to instruct the OS that what I want to do. Okay, one way is GUI. You can use your mouse, like this. You can use your mouse and say, I want to do this, I want to do this, right? This is called graphical interface. Or second way would be CLI, command line interface. So there's mainly two ways to interact with any operating system, especially let's say the Linux operating system, right? So this is one thing, but the point is, guys, if any OS has come with GUI, GUI is a little bit bigger program, come with extra load in the top of CPU and the RAM. So mostly in the server and to improve the performance, there are a lot of things they do, but to improve the performance, they normally remove the GUI. Okay, they don't install any other software GUI. Okay, they try to work everything in the CLI. One of the reason is, okay, it will save a lot of RAM and the CPU. Okay, because the GUI program is come with extra burden. Okay, one thing. Plus, there are a lot of systems, devices where also we need Linux. One of the good example would be, if you guys know about routers or switches. These are devices. Okay, let's say Cisco routers, Cisco switches. These devices also need OS. For example, if you know Cisco comes with OS called iOS. This is the OS name of Cisco. One of the OS name of Cisco router. Okay, so if you ask this OS how you build, so they say I built on the base of Linux. So I'm pure Linux operating system, and some customization we have done, and so I'm pure Linux operating system. Okay, so these are router, and we need this router OS would be so much optimized, and better they optimize would be, faster they would be, the entire process of routing and everything would be faster. So there they never provide you as a GUI. They come with a command line interface. Black screen, just you go and run the command and done. Your part is done. Okay. Similarly, there's lots of anybody who know about virtualization, right? And there's a lot of virtualization tool in the market. One of the famous one is VMware ESXi. So they are the hardware. On the top of the hardware we install the software. The software is again like an OS, but the OS name is from VMware called ESXi. Okay, typically these guys are known as hypervisor, and on the top of this we launch multiple operating system. That's called virtual machines or guest machines. Okay, so if you again ask this OS how you build upon, so what are the way build on, but technically they built on the top of Linux only. They are the customized Linux. Okay, customized Linux, and they have only the properties whatever the virtual machine require or whatever the hypervisor require. Similarly, these Linux also have only those properties what the routers require. So in this world, we normally say use the word called thin OS. So they are pure, very light, small OS. It's called thin OS. Okay, come with only the capabilities, whatever the hypervisor require, whatever the routers require, or maybe anybody have worked on any embedded system or IoT devices. They again come with their own OS, very small, lightweight OS, in sometime in MBs in size, but they are thin, limited features they come up with. Okay, and obviously in this limited feature, they never provide SSGUI, mostly 99%. They always come with a CLI. Okay, now because they come with a CLI, okay, what the meaning of CLI? Okay, so just very quickly, let me open my command line of Windows. So this black screen like CLI. And with the CLI, I can instruct my OS what I want to do. For example, I can instruct my OS, can you do one thing? Can you show me the date and time? Okay, so I think this is the / right. So this is the Windows command. And by this, I'm asking my Windows OS that I'm instructing you, I'm giving you a command. This is your command line interface and show me the output. So with the command line, we can ask them to show us the output. Okay, so there's a pretty simple thing you guys know already, I believe. Okay, but there is but the main thing here is, right, whatever you guys understand one thing, whatever you're doing in the OS, for example, this is my operating system. Okay, if you click something here, for example, if you click something here and double click and it opens something. So whatever you guys do in OS with the mouse or with the writing command, behind the scene, there's some program running. Okay, there's some process running. Without the process of the program, nothing gonna happen. Even if you're using your mouse also, right, there's some function of program running behind the scene. That's without this, none of the OS will do something. Nothing will they do for you. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, if you are running the command date, output come up what I asked them to come up to run, but behind this there will be somebody there will be somebody who take my input, like date // t here in the Windows case. They take my input, and after they take my input, they process it. They try to understand what I'm talking about. So they understand I'm asking to run the command. They take my input. Behind this, and they go somewhere. They run this command, right? And guys, by chance, you know, command is also known as program. So there's some program in the OS. They run the program. They take the output and provide the output in this black screen. This screen is also known as console. Okay. So who is that who is that component? Technically, I told you everything is a program. So who is that program? They are doing this thing to you, who take the command and run for you. In where? In your command line. It's not in the GUI. Okay. So I'm not talking about GUI. GUI will have a different program. Okay. Here I'm talking about the CLI. So typically, guys, typically in your operating system, especially in Linux and Unix, that program who do everything for you, take the command and provide the output, that program is called a shell. Okay. So behind the scene, maybe you can think there's some shell running behind the scene. Okay. So there's some shell running behind the scene. Okay. But because, guys, our old practical of our today's class would be purely based on Linux operating system due to multiple reasons. So what I'm doing right now, I believe this is a prerequisite for this class. I believe everybody knows some of the Linux operating system, maybe Ubuntu, maybe Backtrack or Red Hat or CentOS, Fedora, Scientific, whatever you guys know. Okay, so every Linux come with the command line, and the command line always run shell behind the scene, or shell program behind the scene. Okay, so whatever the preferred OS you have, that you can use that OS. In my case, I am using Red Hat version 8. It's called Red Hat. So my practical would be on top of Red Hat 8, but you can use any of the OS, whatever you feel like. Okay, so in my system, I have one software called Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, and on the top of Oracle VirtualBox, I have installed the Red Hat 8 already. Okay, so I'm using this Red Hat 8 over here. Okay, so but you can install Red Hat 8 or any of the Linux wherever you feel like. Okay, so there's one thing, or anybody know about cloud, you can go in the cloud and launch the Linux OS. So my practical would be purely on this. By chance, if you also want to follow my practicals and you want to use Red Hat 8 only, and if you don't have an idea how to install it and you don't have software, so I'll ask my team. They will provide some ISO file, and I have some small video in our YouTube where I explain how to install the OS. So anybody who interested to use, will give some extra things to you after the today's class. Okay, you can do this if you want. Otherwise, you can use your OS, because every OS comes with CLI. I'm talking purely about Linux OS only. Okay, so this is the one thing. So what I'm doing here, let me launch my OS, then we'll talk much about. Let me first explain what is shell. Shell is just a concept. Okay, it is something like this. What is OS? OS is just a concept. Okay, what OS will do, you guys know. But typically, if I say I'm using OS, the first question maybe you ask which OS we are using or you are using. So I say I'm using Windows or Mac or Linux or CentOS, something like this, right? So multiple different OS we have. The difference in all the OS is technically the 99.9% everything same. They do the same way. Only difference would be their look and feel, their features. That's all. That's the core difference between all the OS, mainly, right? Same thing. Shell is just a concept. Okay. The use of the motto of shell, you guys know. Behind the CLI or black screen, this program is running. But this is just a name of the concept. Okay. But there will be a lot of shell available in the market, or a lot of shell program available in the market. Which one we are going to use today? So there's a one shell called C shell, one is called SSL, then one is called PKSSL, TSL, lots of other shells also available in the market. But in the market, normally the standard shell is Bash. So Bash is one software. Bash is the one program, like this Windows is the one program, Mac is the one software you can think of. So what they are doing, they are providing a facility of OS. Similarly, Bash is a software, is a command, is a program. They are providing a facility of the shell. And what shell is doing, they will helping in the CLI to take the command and give you the output. Okay, so today's topic would be on Bash shell. So I'm using the Bash shell. I told you guys, like every OS will do the same thing, only look and feel and feature is different. Similarly, if you use this cell or this cell, the main core duty of all the cell is same. Only difference will be they have some extra capabilities, extra features, extra syntax. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I believe 99% or more than 99% everything is same. But because Bash is the standard shell, so I would like to focus more on Bash. Okay, and even though Bash or maybe most of features of Bash and SS are same, so mostly guys, if you go for these system, routers or thin OS or hypervisors, so they are also guys by chance come with a Bash shell or mostly it's SSL. So this is very common. So if you know Bash shell, right, so working with these devices is also very simple. Okay, so working with the devices would be not big deal. Okay, so guys, this is a very high level quick introduction about Bash shell. But what is script or scripting, this part I haven't discussed. So after I explain you what is scripting, you will understand what is the meaning of automation. So just give me 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I will come back coming to the point what is scripting. Okay, so this OS come up. I'm logging guys with a root account as an admin of the Linux that has all the power that might need today. Okay, and I'm doing one more thing guys. All of my this diagram what I'm creating right now, all the commands, all the scripts that is called code that I'm going to build today, I'm putting in one drive. And guys, this drive link I will share to everyone, so you can use this as a future reference. So all the concept, all the codes will be uploaded and post here, right? So this is Shell Scripting Workshop 2021. Okay, so guys, in the break, okay, I will share this link to your WhatsApp group. Okay, and per day basis I'm creating a document, so everything would be posted to you. Okay, so so let me start from here. This is the OS. Now by chance this Reddit OS, the way I installed right now, they have a GUI. I can use the mouse, and with the mouse I can do everything. So there's GUI. I told you guys, mostly we normally in the server world, we mostly work on command line, and there's some devices there's no option of GUI. You have to work on command line like a router or something like this, right? So I'll open the terminal. Okay, here terminal give me this black screen, and this black is called CLI, means I can type something, enter what I type, it treat as a command. There's some program behind the scene, take the command and run, give the output. If this program is not there, so running the command would not be possible. So name of that program is shell. Which shell I'm using here, but it's pretty simple to find. One of the simplest ways, just type anything and then your shell complain, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know, I don't find this command. So I'm giving you the error, command not found, because this is wrong command, but I am also telling my name, I'm Bash shell. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about. I know the things that already exist in the system as a command or as a program. Okay, so right now I'm using Bash shell here. Okay, now the point here is we know the commands like date command, like cal command. Maybe you guys might know ls command and lots of commands we have in the Linux. So we know the commands, but you know what? In the industries or in the companies, we have certain requirements. Okay, and those requirements we solve by continuous as a step by steps. Okay, just for a simple example, let's say there's one requirement almost every day we have to do, or we have a plan, we have scheduled this, and the plan is we have to do backup. Okay, so in the backup, what normally do, for example, let's say this is the computer number 1, IP1, this is IP2, and what we do on IP2, for example, we'll do first we have some data, some files on IP1. So my step number 1 would be, I first go to IP1 via network and download this file. So first requirement would be download the file. Second requirement would be, after download the file, because the file is bigger in size, or because we are doing backup, and maybe file size GB, so there's no requirement to again fill the GB size of the hard disk from the IP2. Just to do one thing, compress the file, right? And after compress the file, then copy somewhere like a backup. Okay, and this is the activity okay, we have to do. And for this, we have commands available. We have command for downloading, like wget command for compress, like zip, or tar commands, or gzip command, or bzip2 command. Lots of commands we have. We have copy cp command, or rsync commands, scp command, depend where you're copying. So everything we have a command available. If you guys know any command about Linux, that's not important here. Okay, so important point what I'm going to explain here is, okay, for every activity you do, for example, this is our use case. Use case is backup. Okay, for doing the backup, depend upon requirement to come. Everybody will do a backup from different way. Okay, let's say your backup will be done in 3 steps, or maybe more steps. Okay, so, and this is not one thing, one time setup. If you want to do backup once, that's okay. Just go in this black screen, type the command and do the backup. Okay, but the requirement is you have to do backup every hour, or maybe every day. You plan it. Okay, so point guys here is, rather than you type this command again and again and again, okay, what can I do? I copy this command in one file. It is something like this. Let's say I'm not doing any backup thing here. We'll do maybe if you want. So let's say my requirement first to run this command, then this command, then for example, this command, like this will tell you the 6th month, June month calendar. So these are the steps we always follow. We have to follow in the same way, same sequence. So rather than I keep on typing this command again and again, okay, what can I do? I open a file. So guys, there is a command called gedit in Linux. It will open a text editor in the Linux. And I'll open this file. I say, I create a one file with any of the name, and all those commands I type here, like date, then cal, let's say 3rd month, means obviously March 2021. I save it. That's all. Now what the benefit is, now this would be my document. Right? What this document contain? They contain all the steps what we do. Okay, so this document, I can share this document to my other team member. They know my steps. I share the document to my testing team. They test my what actually I do every day. Okay, before I do. Okay, but this document, guys, here has one big rule. This document is help me to save my time, to save my energy, and save error also. Because guys, same thing if you keep on doing is very human thing. We normally do human error. And third or fourth biggest thing is here, if you do our things manually again and again, it takes a lot of time, right? Maybe 10 hundreds of steps you have, maybe some 2 hours you require to type everything. Okay, so if you put everything in this document, then this document will help you to work like a script. You instructed something that do this thing, like in the movie, we give actors a script, and whatever script you type, whatever document you do, they will perform in the same way. So this would be script. Okay, and because the script, so I can tell my bash, go to this file, this is my document, but here I read the script, just go to every script, every line, and perform it. So you see here, guys, in one go, they perform all the commands, what I've typed. Okay, so this file is known as a script. Okay, this script we meant not for the movie actors, this script we meant for our shell, and this shell is bash. So this is the guys known as bash shell script. Okay, so script is also, guys, you can think like a program. Okay, so we put all the commands step by step as steps. Okay, and it become a program, or I can say the word called code. Okay, and this code will work as a script for you. So what finally you achieve? So what are the use case you have? What are the steps you have? You are doing those steps one by one. Finally, it solve your use case, your backup, or whatever you want to do further. Okay, so how they're helping you? It helping you to automate the thing. So you don't have to type again and again. It will automate everything for you. Okay, so this is the guys. So scripting is a way. If you want to automation, same thing. You don't want to do again and again. The reason is save the time. You want to solve from the error, and some more use case we have. We will discuss further. Okay, but this is called automation. But by chance, very quick difference I want to tell here. Most of the guys might know Ansible. Okay, they might know Puppet. They might know some more fancier tool, newer tool, DevOps tools in the today's market, and they are very good. They are very well about knowledge in this tool. So they might argue here. We have Ansible already. They are great in automation part, very powerful, very mature, almost support on all the OS. Okay, so why we need your scripting tools or scripting Bash shell? Because it's not a new thing. It is there from the decade. When the command line come up, same time maybe around they come up with the scripting. So why we need this tool? Okay, so my quick answer, guys, for this is okay. Okay, I told you guys we have a Linux everywhere, almost everywhere, in our routers, in our hypervisors. Okay, and they come with the Linux, and shell is a by default facility by the Linux. It's a default facility. They come up with as a by default facility of the Linux. Okay, so technically, but these devices, these system or embedded system, they don't come up with the tools or new tool like Ansible or Puppet, or maybe if you guys know about these tools, they mostly have the agents. So they never come with the agents. Even though the agent is available, but not all the devices in the market till now have all the agents available of these tools. So if your quick requirement come up, we come up with a router, and my team have no idea about Ansible Puppet. They are not well versed, even though they are good in those tools, but that device doesn't has the agent available. That doesn't support Ansible, for example. There is a possibility we have, because they're a new tool. It will take some time to start supporting everything. Even though they support, we have to install the agent. And the thing is, the plan is we have to go for thin. More software we install, more agent you install, it will impact the performance somehow. So I want to go for the native support of your operating system to automate my things. And native support is always the shell. Okay, so it's a standard in the market. Okay, shell. And because we have a shell everywhere, so we can use the shell to do the scripting, because scripting is just nothing, is like a document of our commands that shell can understand. Okay, so this is my quick answer. That is one of the reasons why, if you go to any DevOps profile job or any automation job or any admin job or IT job, ops job, mostly in the job profile description, if you see 90% and above, they always ask for that you should have a good shell scripting knowledge. Okay, because lots of use cases still we are solving with shell scripting all. Okay, or maybe if you use any of the tools, if you guys know about Jenkins, something like this, mostly you see guys here, it is sometimes painful to install Ansible and set up playbook there, if you know by chance. But if you have a good shell scripting knowledge, just go and write this code actually quickly, 10 lines of code, for example, and do a task done. have a task done, right? So it will be the thing that is native is always handy, and thing is handy. So we can do the things very fast. Okay, so that's what, guys, I think the bright picture why shell scripting is still using for the automation, and the big difference with Ansible and the Puppet. Okay, so let's come up with the main topic. So now, guys, I think I'm very clear. So today's topic is Bash is a software name. Okay, shell is a concept, and we are doing everything automating with the help of a scripting. So topic is, and the workshop name is Bash shell script. Okay, So this is the base I have cleared to you. Most of you guys might know, but I think this is the right way to understand what exactly we are doing. Okay. Now, before guys, I start writing further script, even though I write this one is again one of the simplest script, but it's script, right? No doubt, but simplest script I have written here. Okay. Before I go further on a script, I want to explain guys 2 or 3 basic vocabulary that I keep on touching and using somehow. Okay, because shell script is like a good programming language also. They have a loop, for loop, while loop, switches, cases, if, else, functions. So normally whatever guys you have in programming language, shell support, variables, everything they support. Okay, but there's some common things that I keep on touching. So before this, let me explain you those concept over here. Okay, for example, when I run the date command, this output come up. Okay, so my point guys over here is how you know what output come up in the date command. This output is accurate output and there's no error. How can you prove me there's no error in this output? Okay, maybe the date is a command. Okay, but I told you guys date is command is also program file. So there's one command in Linux called which. You can ask which, can you tell me the location of this program? So they say there's one folder called USR bin, go inside this. And if you do ls, you can find a lot of programs there. And one of the programs you find is date. Okay, so it's like it's just a file. And because the file, you can open the file, I can see the content if they are in the text file or maybe they're in the compile format. So by chance they're in the compile format, but date, everything is a program. Okay, there's one thing. So my point guys here is, okay, date is a program written by some developer, and how you know this is the output the developer of the program wanted to give you. Because we don't know, maybe developer of this command wanted to give you some other output and they are giving right now the different output. So for the developer perspective, this is wrong. So as a user, we are the user of this OS, how you know this output is right or not. So there's 2 ways. One, ask the developer, ping the developer, and this the output come up. Can you tell me, help me, this is the right or not? Obviously, this is not a practical way, right? Nobody gonna reply you. Okay. Second approach would be the developer always use. They say whenever we're writing any program, we are using some best practices. And one of the best practices is whenever anybody run my program, I give the output. With the output, we will provide you some code. Okay. And this code will help you to tell the output what is throwing you here is success or failure. And that code is known as success code. It technically here it is known as exit code. Okay, so whenever you're running any command, 99.99% commands, if developer write properly the code, they always throw the exit code or the success code. Okay, and those exit code and success code is stored in a variable, and name of the variable is $. So because guys, there is now new word come up, variable. So before guys, I continue with this topic, let me open one more new terminal. Okay, and let me tell you one small thing here. The shell, this is shell, and shell is also a programming language, or I can shell is also an interpreter. Okay, and they support all the programming, almost all the programming concepts. Okay, so here if you want to create a variable, you can directly type, for example, x equal to 5. That's all. So simple, right? Your variable created. Okay, variable created on the memory, and right now you can think the shell interprets stars until the time the life of shell is running. Okay, your variable will be there on the RAM, like other programming language. But if you want to print the value of this variable, so we, like in other language, we have a print command. Here we have an echo command. You can ask echo to print it. Okay, here you can see the print x here, but so why? Because according to echo, whatever you put in the front of echo, they treat this guy as a string, and they treat as a string and they print the string. But to tell echo this is not a string, this is a variable. So here we use $, to tell this is the variable. Then they go in the current memory of this current shell, and and they print the value, or get the value and print it for you. Okay, so pretty straightforward thing, nothing very specific, but we will talk more about variable in a minute. Okay, so let me come back over here. So those who don't know by chance about this concept, for them, I just want to explain very quickly. Okay, so here we have created this variable ourselves. This is called user defined variable. But some variable is provided by shell. So question mark is one of the internal variable provided by the shell. Okay, and because this is variable, so we can use ego command, and because this is variable, I have to use dollar. And what they do, they will print the value. And what they print? 0. So guys, 0 means here 0 means 99.9% the meaning of 0 is success. It means whatever last command you run is success. But anything above 0, 1 and above, maybe 127, 256, okay, they mean failure. Means last command has an error, they have failed. And why I'm saying 99.9% always the same? Because it is a wish of the developer, right? So some developer, I am a developer, I write, if my something success, then my exit code is 100. If something fail, my exit code is 0. So everybody developer can decide their exit code, but normally the standard in the market is 0 means success, anything above is failure. So how you come to know what developer feel about the read command? We don't know, obviously, and that is the reason, guys, developer always come with the manuals. So in the lines, we have mean command, and we can go to mean of the date. And here the manual, mainly maybe in the manual they put, they provided what the meaning of 0 here. Maybe they provided, maybe not. Otherwise, I have to go and search further document in the Google, but let's go and check. And if you go last and search for code, okay, maybe in the last somewhere, they provided in this command, or maybe not. By chance here they haven't provided. Let me take one more command, for example, mean ping. Ping is also one command you guys know. And here, if you go and search for code, code, by chance this developer provided, and say if you're using ping command, okay, if program exit with the 1 means you're pinging to somebody and you are not receiving a packet. Is my ping is not done. In this case, you will get exit code 1. If you get the reply, then exit code 0. And something happen, other happen is you'll get the exit code 2. So they define the developer of the ping command they define what the meaning of their exit code. But mostly 19.9% 0 always means success. 1, 2, 3, and further, every exit code might have different meaning, command to command. Okay, this is one thing you should know. Okay, not everything is there in the manual. If not there, doesn't matter, just go and document in search in the Google, there respect to more documents they provide there. Or last gateway result is go and find the source code of date, just go and read by yourself. So so that's what we can do, but we don't require that much detail. Okay, so this is the one thing we require this concept a lot, because while guys, when you're in the automation world, okay, it's very good practice. For example, this use case I was talking about. So what I'll do is very small practice I normally we have to do. So step 1 is download the software or download the data. Then step 2 is compress. Or maybe there might be possibility while doing the step number 1 that they're going to IP1 and download something, maybe they tend to fail, maybe of network error or some other error. If step number 1 fail, there is no requirement to go to step 2. Okay, so here the role of exit code come in play. So when after I run my step number 1, this is called command 1. Okay, how we come to know command 1 fail? By chance, if you as a human being are running a command by yourself, by looking at the command, we know command fail. Okay, but in automation world, you are not going to run the command, right? All the command run by OS or by script. Okay, they don't know how to read these lines. Okay, so we have to properly instruct them, okay, that this command is running, and when this command running, and just go and check the exit code after the command, because every command run after this exit code come up, and because you can see this command not unsuccessful, exit code is not 0, anything about 0. Okay, so if this is the case, it means this command fail, and because this command fail, my second command maybe depend or maybe not depend upon this command. If they depend, don't run. Either mail to the developer of the script or the admins, or retry this command. Depend, guys, what further condition here, that again the use of if and else condition or loop come in play. Okay, so but this decision we can only check in the automation world if you know what happened with my last step or with the last code. And here the role of exit code or success code has a great requirement, right? So that is guys, I'm explaining this exit code here, very much useful variable this one be. So it will help us to properly plan our step by step. Okay. So this is one thing, but don't feel always the exit code is 1 and 127 and 0. I highly recommend. I've seen some of the program in the market who has their own customized exit code, customer number, right? Always go and check the manual. 99% blindly you can rely on 0, but not always. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you here. Okay, so this is one small thing. So there's a sum variable look like something Greek kind of variable. We'll see more variable like this. Okay, there is pre-created variable. Some variable we create is called user defined, and some more variable also we have here that is created by your shell by default. And that variable is also very useful in some way. Okay, for example, there's one variable called shell. Is a variable name. Okay, so this variable contain what? If you run echo $shell, okay, this variable we haven't created. This is a pre-created variable, or sometimes also known as environmental variable. Okay, what this variable contain? This variable contain our current shell name. I told you guys there's multiple shells we have, like SSL also we have, but this variable contain my current shell called bash. Okay, so use of these variables or this pre-created environmental variable is we can again check something. So I can check because cell to cell almost everything is same, but there's some small feature change, or because cell is also a scripting language, their syntax also different, right? So so if you want to create an automation code and you feel the code that you're doing for example, like for backup or any other use case, you're going to share this code to multiple team, and this you feel that some of the team might using SS, there's some of the team might use CSS, and somebody using bash shell. So it is a good approach for the good developers. Okay, they won't create a script for one thing, right? So they know the requirement. So what they do, they can check the shell first, and they say, if this is bash, run this script. If not run this script, run this command with this syntax. If this SS, then run this script with this syntax. There's only one script, but based upon the shell name, they can write the script. Okay, so there, guys, these kind of internal variables or pre-created environment variable help. It's not only one; they have a lot of names variables we have. Everybody can help you in some another way. So as well as and when further requirement come up, I will tell you more about internal variables. So some variables already there is called system variable. So I can say environmental variable. Some is this kind of variables that contain something for that point in time. You know, guys, this is like a temporary. Temporary means that point in time they contain. After command run, their value change. After command, their value change. So they normally look like this, and some variable we create are ourselves, like this one. Okay, very small thing. Then we'll move to a scripting part. So this is the basics I'm covering, and this basic we are going to put in our file in a minute. Okay, so one last thing. By just here right now, guys, when you open a terminal, it is like your new interpreter start. It's like a new program start. You know, when you run any program of Python or Java, when you run the program, new program start, and till the life of program, all the things, functions and variable or class or object, whatever you guys know, would be there on the RAM. Okay, same thing happened, guys. My program start is like a program is running, and whatever I'm putting in this program, functions, everything is there right now in my RAM. But as soon as I close this program with exit or terminal exit, or and then from the top, this program closed. Or program closed means interpreter closed, so everything they forgot. But that program is different, this program is different, right? Even though if you guys try to find Y here, there's no Y, try to find X here, they are using their own memory. So this program is different, this program is different, right? So whatever you do as a programming perspective here, whatever variable you create here, or maybe function you create here, this program, they know their variable, this terminal as their own shell, they know their variable. It's like this 2 Java program we are running or 2 Python program we are running. Everybody has their own personal functions or the RAM. So just keep this thing in mind. This one thing, okay? So that's a small point I want to touch here. So I think these are the some of the basics and the quick revision, especially for those guys who are new in Linux and who are new in this kind of basic concept. Right now, let me move and start writing multiple scripts, step by steps, and more script we write, more concept we're gonna cover. Okay, so let me start over here, because we are going to write a lot of the script, guys. What I'm doing here, I'm creating a directory here. The directory would be like a workspace for shell. This is just a directory name I'm creating here, and all of my code I will put over here. Okay, so let me start from here. Instead of gedit, guys, there's one more editor in the Linux called VI or VIM. I'm very much comfortable with this editor, so I'm using this. Otherwise, whatever editor you know, or Nano or gedit, you can use that editor. Okay, so I'm going to create a file called basic. And guys, because it is a shell scripting, so you can give any extension I show you, it will work for you. Without extension also it will work, but it's good practice to give the extension to sh. It's good practice to do. Okay, so open this and let me write a script called echo hello. And I'm putting my name right? Pretty simple script, nothing very fancy again. Okay, and the script created. If I want to run, you can tell the bash shell to run it and output come up. Okay, but guys, if this is a script, right? And if you want to convert your script into a command, technically command is a program may be script, but I normally compare command. I normally say command has one extra benefit that your program and script don't have. One small extra benefit, right? Program and script don't have that command has. What I mean by this, right? That I feel actually. Okay, for example, right now I'm into this folder, and this is the folder. This is the folder where this script located. Okay, so where the script located, you have to first go to that folder, right, and then manually go and type bash and run the script. Or if the script is sh or Python, you have to type Python or Perl and run the script. Okay, but if you guys notice about a command, for example, date, date also program, maybe script, maybe, but I can run my date count for anywhere. Okay, I can go to other folder, for example, randomly I can go anywhere and run the date from anywhere. Even though, guys, if I just go here and if you do ls, there is no date command available, but I can run. I can run over here. Okay, so but date is also a script, maybe written in some language, but here I don't have to run the date with C or Java with sh without telling anything. I just type my program name, they run, and I would be anywhere. Okay, so same thing if you want to achieve here, and there's very common requirement. So I like to first elevate this, then we will keep on using the same concept in further script. So what I want, okay, if I go anywhere, for example, if I from here, if I try to type this one, it will work. But right now they say, I don't know, this command available. So how to do this? Okay, for this guy, there is one concept of in the shell that they use. Okay, so guys, date is a command, cal is a command, and where the command located, which command no. Okay, which know where the command located. So whenever you type any command, behind the scene shell contact of which ask the which where the command located, they will go to this path actually and pick this command, run the program, and give the output. Give the output. Okay, but how which come to know where this command located? For example, if you try to search for which, there's one command called user add. They are located in different folder. If you ask the ping, they might be located in other folder by in the same folder. So how which come to know where they're located? So here guys, behind the scene, the shell is come up with one more internal environment variable called path. Okay, that maybe most of you guys might know. Okay, path. This is also the environment variable given by shell. The use of this path variable is, okay, this is the guidance for the which. So whenever you run the command, they call to which will go to contact to this variable and ask, okay, can you help me where all the command of the system are located? So here there is a separate here colon. So they said this is the one of the path where some of the command located. This is one of the path where other command located. This is one of the path where some of the command located, and this other path the command located. So technically, right now in my system, all of my commands, whatever my system can run right now, are located in some of these folders. Okay, some of this folder. Okay, who know this? Path know this. Who created path? Maybe the OS who created this OS, these guys has created for us. But our requirement is a little bit different. I have created my different folder, or it is also known as different path. And I'm going to put all of my scripts or backup and other things in this folder only. Who know this? We know, but my system doesn't know. So what I have to do, I have to update my path variable and say, now we have one more folder come up. We have one more folder come up. Name of the folder is called WS shell. WS shell. Okay. Now from onward, if you are typing any command like date, just also look in this folder only. If you find this command there, run it. Okay. Otherwise, just go and look in another folder. So I'm going to add one more path. Okay. You guys know this is a variable. If you enter this variable, older path, all the value will be override. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm putting colon here and then $path. Okay, why I'm putting colon? Because colon is separated between two paths. So this path, colon, and all the new older value, whatever we had, I'm adding and overriding in the same variable. Okay, that's all. Why I'm doing so? Why I'm doing so? So all the older path value would be there, new also added, and colon will be separate. Okay, so what happened? By this concept, I have updated my environment variable. Let's go path. And now what happened? Last time, guys, I would try to run this bash.ss. Now, if I try to run, last time they tell me command not found. But when I hit this, which run, even though you can check which also right now, which do you know where this command located? They say yes. Even though they say again no. Technically they say no. Why? I will explain you this. So I don't know where it's located. Why? I will explain you where. But let me try to run it. What this I say. So you see, guys, the command is not running, your script is not running, but there's new error come up, means something has happened. Okay, last time the error was command not find. This time the error is permission denied. Why this error? So technically understand one thing, guys. If you want to run any command, okay, so the command you want to run, technical run means you want to execute, and anything that you want to execute, okay, should have executable permission. So if you do ls-l here, okay, this is the file, and anybody who know about Linux, here we can see this program has executable permission or not. Okay, right now they don't have. How I know? Because normally they come with X. So how can you give? There's a command in Linux called csmod. So go to mode and for your file name. There's a command. By this we can give any file executable power. Who need normally executable? That the file that has a command and programs. Okay, and who also need right now? If you want to run this program with bash, because bash already have executable, so we don't need that time. But right now I'm not using bash. I'm about to directly run this program. So that point in time, you need executable power. Okay, and this is more the command we can give this. Okay, that's all. And now if I come back, and now if I again ask which, do you know this? Now this time they say yes, I know. Even though I am very different folder, we say I know the path. This is the folder where this script located. And if I try to run this, they run properly, right? So now it look like a normal command, and I can go to any other folder Anywhere you go, you can run your script very normally. Okay, this is a very basic setup we normally do, but I explain you the process. Okay, here we have some small flow. By chance, in my case, it is running, but in some of the environment, this script might fail. Why? Because right now in my system, I have only one shell. This is called bash shell, or maybe I can say the bash shell is my default shell here. But maybe there is my possibility you write a script in a language called SH, or maybe Python, or maybe other language. Okay, so while running this, guys, I am not mentioning anything here. Run this with bash or SH or C#. By default, because my current shell right now, if you see here where I'm running this in my terminal is bash, so they feel that the by default shell is bash, so they're running the script with the help of bash only. By some we are lucky because we write the code in bash only, so it's run finely. But if you're in some of the case your shell is by default is C shell and you run the script in bash, okay, and you want whenever anybody run this script, they only call bash. They don't use C or other stuff. Okay, so that is a reason, guys. It is good practice. What normally we have to do on the top of the file, we have to always mention with this symbol and say my shell that I'm going to use is bin bash. Why bin bash? Because, guys, bash is also a command, and if you search where the bash command located, right, you can use which, and here it is located. So, guys, in my case, USR bin is the folder. Let update. Okay, USR bin. So I'm instructing my script that wherever you run, right, yourself by yourself without using bash command, so you update your system and tell the system that please call bash shell. My interpreter is bash, and all the further command would be run with bash only. Okay, and how system come to know this is not a command right now? They're not going to run bash as a command. The command will be last lines. Okay, so so how system come to know that this line is not a command? It's not a part of script. This is just an instruction. Okay, so for this reason we put this symbol. So this symbol has a special meaning. This is called hash and exclamation. So this symbol is known as hash bang, and sometimes also known as shebang, shebang maybe. Okay, so this symbol continue to write is not a comment. Okay, this symbol you can write continuously. It lets instruction to the system or your terminal that the shell name that we are going to use is bin bash or bash, or maybe Python, or maybe whatever the scripting language you use. So it's good practice to do. Right now, if I do something here, there is no change because everything is bash here, but it's good practice to do. And now you run your script anywhere as a command, it runs for you. Behind this, they're calling I need bash, and accordingly they call and run for you. Okay, so these are, guys, some basics things we keep on using in our further scripts. Okay, so till now it is a basics part, or as a basic setup part. Most of the guys might know, but this is this basic thing you should know before write any script. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, let me start from here. Now, guys, if you talk about this script, in this script, guys, we are printing Vimal. Okay, but I want to create my script a little bit customized. I want when I run my script, that time user decide which name I want to print. Okay, so what I mean by this, let me explain you. But my plan here is I want hello to be fixed, but this name will be keep on changing based upon the user requirement. So for this, one thing we can do here is let me use a variable called user. It's just a variable name, and put the Vimal here. It's just a variable. Okay, and guys, Vimal is string, and now a good practice to put the string in double quotes. And here, after hello, instead of write Vimal, I put a variable $user. So technically, there is no change in the output. Everything is the same exactly what it should be. Yeah, one more thing, guys, I want to add here. Right now, if you see guys here, I'm running basic here, is not running, and I'm using basic here, it is running. Why? Because I told you guys, this terminal is different, this terminal is different. I set if I show you the history, right? This will show you all the last command. So this path I set, this path is also variable. Path I set in this script. Okay, and because there's a different shell altogether, different means a different shell. Shell is a command. This is the different process they started here, and this session or process is different. Okay, so here if I ask what is a path, so again they show you the by default path that is provided by your OS, this one, but they are not provided the path that I updated. Okay, so it means right, whenever I open any terminal, every time you go and copy and type this path and update here every time. Okay, and then if you try to run your commands, it will run. Right, even though it means if I open one more time in your terminal, if you ask, does this path set? Again here to set. So every time you open the terminal, new terminal or restart system, open new terminal, you have to keep on setting the path. And that is a reason, guys, I obviously don't like this. This is not good, good user experience. So that is a reason, guys, anything, because we know shell is an interpreter, is a program, right? Is not a program, is an interpreter. So their life is the life of this current session. But if you think anything you want to permanent means as soon as I open my terminal, automate this thing will set. I don't have to again set. Okay, that is the reason, guys, shell come with their own internal configuration file. Okay, and the file is located over here. Okay, root.bashrc. Okay, so this is the internal configuration file for the bash. Normally file start with dot is hidden, but we know the complete path. So what we'll do in this file, I'll go and paste this thing there. Okay, so in this file, anywhere in the last, I'll paste. Okay, that's all. So what this file will do for you, nothing very special, but the use of this file is, even though I'll show you in one more way, let me put one command here, date. So all this file is also a script actually. So all your scripting knowledge you can put here. Let me write one simple command, date. So use of this file is, okay, whenever you open any terminal, if terminal is using bash shell, not always bash shell use, but terminal using bash shell, okay, this file they always run internally. And whatever we have said in this file, they run for you. It means, when I open a new shell again, you can see, open new shell, they run the script automatically. How I know? Because right now, this time they print it. So it's a proof they run this thing. Okay. Or obviously because they run also the path variable. So their path is also set. Here is set. So anything you want permanent in the cell perspective, right? And you want as soon as cell start, you want that to be automatic run. So this is the file that you can use. bashrc. Okay. There's some more file we have, but this is the one of the file we can use. Okay. So that's what the point is. Okay. So let's come to a main point here. Format, please. So now what exactly I wanted here, okay, what I want right now, this program working great, no challenge, but this program is very static. Sorry, static means when I'm running this program, they're giving me hello Vimal. But I want when anybody running this script, they decide what output they want to print. They want to print hello Vimal or hello Rahul, for example. So normally, guys, it's very common practice in the command line. After we write the command or the script, we pass our further values here. This is also known as arguments here. Okay, and what I want right now, if I do so, nothing happen, no error also come up, and nothing happen also here. But what exactly I'm talking about here is, let me explain you, very commonly used thing and very important also to know. So what happened? Okay, whenever, guys, in the command line, when in the command line, you type whatever you type first is a command. After whatever type is normally the argument. Okay, but normally you see something like ls -l then file name. This is the guy's normal syntax of your command. So this is command or a program or the script. This is the argument, and anything starting with hyphen or double hyphens, they are known as options. So what are the options and how can you create your own options? We will talk further on this point. Okay, right now I'm focusing on the argument. Technically, I want my command will run on that with this argument. Okay, or you can think argument is like a value you are providing to this program. Same thing here. This is a program and this is the argument, and this argument, guys, we are inserting into this program. And this program, after insert, where they want to use, that will be their choice. So right now I'm running this program and this value inserting here. Now it is choice of this program, they want to use this or not. So right now they're not using this. Okay, and because they're not using this, so there's no error come up because their choice, they don't want to use this argument, so nothing happened. But if you think you want this argument to be passed to this program, they are passing this by default nature of your command line. But you want after the pass, they also use it, how they can use it. So for this, they have to first retrieve. How they can retrieve. So for this, you should know one small thing here. Okay, thing is, whatever argument type here, they store in a special variable. Again, this also variable here. They store in a special variable, and name of the variable is 1. This is the variable name, guys. Okay, and technically, if you type one more argument after this, let's say abhi, this also store in a variable called 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, like this. And good thing is, guys, your command name is also stored in one variable called 0. So these are the variables names, sometimes also known as parameters. Okay, and because every parameter is giving the value 1, 2, 3, 4, so these are known as positional parameter. Okay, so these are also, guys, pre-internal variables shall provide to us. Like question mark. Okay, that has an exit code. Same, these are the also pre-created variable for us that contain that point in time the value of something. Okay, so now what can I do this? So I can open my script and say at the position number 1, you have a value. Okay, so position number 1, you have value. Okay, and because this is a variable, how to retrieve the value of the variable? With $, go there, retrieve this value, store somewhere, and then use the way you want to use. You want to print, you want to do something else. This may be your domain name. Just go and ping whatever you want to do. You can do it. Okay, so that's all. That's the only thing we can do. Okay, and now if I again run my script, now see here, based upon my argument, output print. My argument is different. Different thing will be my argument different. This thing. But if I add one more argument, let's say the first is Rahul, next is pop doesn't come up because I haven't used pop there. But I want to use pop also, again, you can just go and type. We are going to put one more argument, let's say $2. Okay, and let me put in U2 variable, some variable name, right? And I want to print both. U2. So both will come up. Or maybe also print one more thing. I'm printing $0 also. So what $0 content? My current script. Sometime in some of the use case we need. So I say I am this script. My name is this one, and I am doing this. Something like this we can do. Okay. So when I run this, so I say they automatically detect your complete script name with the entire path, even though I haven't tell the entire path. Let me go out again. Let me again run. So they detect automatically my complete path. This I am the script, and I know this to argument. I'm printing this argument. Okay. Now after having this value, you can do what I want to do on the top of this. Like somebody type here that this is the two user we want to create. Okay, or there's a two path or two file I want to download for the backup. Okay, there's a two domain name I want to ping and check the connectivity. Okay, whatever the further use case would be, you can do. I have this two sizes of the partitions, so go and create a partition for me. So that time that's the way, guys, you can provide over here. Okay, so these are the pre created variable. Now interesting thing here is right now if I run this script, maybe somebody type more names more names and more names. Somebody type 2 names, somebody type 4 names, like, so it's like a it's like a dynamic arguments. But right now again my script is very static. Static means one minute. Okay, here I fixed that I always retrieve 2 values. If you type more, I don't retrieve. If I type less, I only retrieve that one. Okay, but if you have some requirement or some kind of plan where you feel what I say, they feel the number of argument would be, you know, dynamic. It would be anything. Okay, so there's one more special variable we have. Okay, and what this variable contain, all the position argument 1 2 3 4, it's stored in one special variable that's called ampersand. Not ampersand, this at the rate symbol. Okay, so this is also one special variable. So let me write this variable here called dollar, this one. So what this contain? This contain all the argument you pass, it's stored in one variable. You type 2 or 10 or 20, everything is stored here, and storing this in user variable. And let me type user one. So in one single go, all the argument gonna store. And now if I run my script, see here, everything come up. Whatever type, automatically pick everything over here. Okay, if I type 1 or less, 1 also come up. If I type more come up. If I type more come up. Okay, and now here the role of now why you are typing these arguments here, because I want to do something on this one, and this one. Maybe this is a file name I want to download, this may be username I want to create. Okay, whatever the case would be. So here the use of loop come in play or iteration come in play. So now let me introduce you one new concept here, how to create an iteration or how to create a loop. Okay, so let me start from here as a new topic. Okay, so so what exactly we are doing here? So what I'm typing here, this is the first argument, second argument, third argument. Everything is going to this file, and this file will do something for you. Right now they are just printing. Okay, but obviously we don't providing for printing. I have some use case, and let's say my use case is what are the name we are providing. I want to create an account in my Linux, or the account guys here is also known as a user. Anybody who don't know how to create a user account in the Linux, so just let me first give this brief to you, so guys everybody be comfortable. Okay, so in the Linux there's a command called user add, and let me create a user called jack1. Before I run this command, let me check if this user exists or not. So there's a command called id. So in my case, this user is not exist, right? So now I can get user add command and say jack1. I'm going to create. And guys, again, here we can use again, scripting also. So when you create any user, first ask the id command, check this user exists. They say no, but internally they provide you some exit code. One. So I'll tell my script first check the user. If it is 1, it means it's not exist. Then you can go and use user add command and create it. After create, if you want to confirm it exists or not, again use id command. They give you the output, but your script, you can't see these output as such as a human being, the way we see. So you can again use the exit code and check if it's 0, it means whatever command you run behind the scene is success. Okay.
So command to command, guys, depend, guys, what command, how you check. So user command, user account is normally checked with ID in the list. Okay, it means you know more and more command, more you become crispy in writing your script. That's what I want to say here. So the very basic concept about Linux. Okay, and if you want to set the password also, there's a command called passwd. I'm setting the password of this user. Q some password setting here, so so that I can log in with this user. So this is done. Let me very quickly check I'm logging or not. So guys, you know Linux is multi-user, so I can type Control Alt F2 function key. So okay, this black screen come up, and I've typed F3, check 1 and password and login, and thing working good. I can check who am I, check. So pretty straightforward. Let me go back to my GUI. So Control Alt F2 again come up. So this is a very basic thing. I believe most of you guys might know already. Okay, but my plan is here. I'm doing everything is manually. If you want to create one user, that's okay. But if somebody tell you and give you a big list of the users, okay, how? By this way. Or maybe they give one big file of database or one CSV file. Okay, and and there they give you millions of username, and your duty is to go and create this user. And now it's all upon your intelligence. If you are not a smart guy, you feel you're a very techie guy, you just go read the line 1, type user command passwd, type 2 user command passwd, keep on doing it, take days and days. But if you're a smart guy, okay, you invest your time in planning and strategy, and strategy would be, let's go and create the script. Okay, and what a script will do, they will go read first line, take the name, create the user, create the password, go to second line, create the user, create the password, and they keep on doing till the last line, till the last list. That this process is known as iteration. And normally, guys, in the programming language, iteration is done with a loop, and very typical loop we use for the iteration mostly in the language called for loop. For loop we're going to use. Okay, now your data you provide in the file, you provide like this, or you provide some other way. Data may be coming from network. We'll maybe see some example possible, right? We'll see. So your data and list of values or item argument come from anywhere. But you want to just do same thing again and again and again. So loop would be the best way to check, to do the thing, same thing again and again. So let me guys first introduce you how for loop work and the syntax. Okay, in the shell scripting, then we will we'll do the further things, right? So for this, guys, let me use this black screen. And because you know, guys, this is not a terminal, this is not a CLI, it is a live interpreter. So anybody who work on Python give a live interpreter. You can type the Python keyword, everything there only. So this is also like a live interpreter. So the way I set the variable here, I can do entire programming here. Okay, that's what I'm doing here. So what I'm doing here, I'm asking the for loop. Okay, and I'm saying for loop, I'm giving you some data. My data is A, I'm giving B, I'm giving C, D, and E. So what I'm giving lots of data, lots of argument, or typically is called list to you. And what I want, you go in every item, pick first, then second, then third. But when you pick first, store in a variable called I. You can give any variable name. Okay, enter. Okay, so pick first, store in I, and do something with that. Okay, before this, you have to first start a loop. So guys, when you want to start a loop, especially, or any block of code, especially not block of code, I can say, whenever you start any loop, right, in the Python, there's one keyword from the cell called do. means start the loop. And start the loop, guys, what you want to do? Okay, yeah, there's called block of code. You know, like in some programming language, this is the typical syntax we use. So for loop, we have something, then curly brace start, curly close, then we write lots of statements here. Okay, so instead of curly brace here, we use a keyword called do. Instead of this close curly braces here, we use a keyword called done. And all these things would be your statements, what you want to do. Okay, so this is the syntax we follow. So here I'm using echo just for testing, echo.i, and that's all. And done. Pretty simple loop. But what this will do, okay, for loop will go to first value, put in the I, print here. Go to second value, put in the I, okay, give to echo and the print. Guys, here everything is printed. So technically loop is working very much properly. Okay, by the time I'm doing shell script, shell actually, they give me this kind of look and feel. But if you go up as a history command, you can see this is the actual syntax of the for loop. You can type in one single line also. After for loop, before do semicolon, then semicolon, and then. Okay, so this is the actual way you can type a script. Or because this script I tested already, I can copy this script in my file. Just for testing, I put in the file and your file become your shell script. Okay, but before this, let me tell you one more small thing. Let me create one variable called u and putting A, B, C, T, Y, P, something there. So what are you? Sorry, echo is a string, but a string contains a lot of different word, okay, or maybe characters. Everybody is separated by by space. Now if I provide this thing to for loop and done, and I'm asking for loop to print I and done. Okay, now for loop will go to you, and you what happened? Okay, this only you will print. You will print. Okay, why you will print? Because I say for loop, I'm giving you, but guys, whatever you give here in the shell script, everything is a string. So for loop thing, I have to work only in a u as a string. Okay, so you should be very clear here. No, u is not a string. I'm actually reference to this particular variable. So I'm actually giving to you this string. And now this time they will retrieve one by one everything and do on it. So technically, anybody who know how to get array or 1D array, or anybody who know how to get list in other programming language, so this is the, we can think this is the way to get the list. It look like a string, but for the for loop perspective, it is a list of the items. Okay, item would be file name, usernames, your file to download, file to backup, IP addresses, to block in the firewalls. So I can ask the for loop, run this command, put a firewall command here, or IPWS command, block all the IPs, block all the port numbers. Okay, so whatever the thing you want to do in the scripting world, you can type like this. And if you want to do this again and again, ask the for loop. Okay, that's the guys high level syntax about the for loop. Let me go back after you know this concept. Let me go back and update my script. So my plan is, guys, to create user Rahul, Pop, and Chris. So for this, what I'm doing, okay, because you want to create a user, the command would be user add. Okay, this is the user. For example, I want to create a user Jack, so user add Jack. That's all. Okay, and also I'm also doing something here. Hello, hello Jack. User created, something like this. Okay, but here it is not fixed. My user can type anything, but whatever the type I can put here in $1. If you think you want to create a script that will only take one single argument, this script is good. They take only one argument, and this argument I pass here. The way I show you, I pass here whatever the name I pass, they will print for you. So if you think your script will wanna consume one single argument, this is the script it would be helpful for you. Let me very quickly run. So let me type Rahul. So behind this is Rahul user created. How can I confirm? Now I know the command ID. I can see Rahul account created. They also provide some ID to you. Okay, but if you requirement to do this thing as a bulk operation, okay, thousand name you want to pass directly here, or maybe from the file. Okay, so how to take the from the file we'll see in a minute, but right now I'm focusing more on command line. So we want to pass a lot of names in the command line. How can you do? So pretty simple. So instead of $1, I told you the symbol called @ symbol. Okay, @ symbol. But you guys know what @ symbol will give you? They give you lots of name list. So what is user list? And you want to work an entire list. We have to use for loop. I tell the for loop do one thing. Go in this particular value, pick first item, store in a variable, let's say J. Okay, then do something. And what to do? Create a user. How user know what is the name? So I can type J. So what the first name will pick here? Put in J. They will provide here. The user will create a user, and I also tell my echo to print the name to greet that this user created. Okay, that's all. And finally, my loop done. So that's all, guys. The loop has been created. Normally, it's good practice to properly give indent. It's not compulsory in shell scripting. If you know Python, there we have to give indent. But it's good practice to have a proper look and feel. Give some extra indent. So look like this is the two statement are inside the for loop. Okay, so that's all, guys. Scripted. Now what happened? Let me create a user for that. Right now, guys, in my case, I don't have a user A1, I don't have a user A2, I don't have a user A3. Anybody who know a little bit about Linux, so there's a file called, it is a passwd. This file contains all the username we have till date in our operating system. You can see the only last user we have is Rahul that I recently created. Okay, so this is the database for the user. Now we have a script. The script will do bulk operation. I can get a user A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, user 1. So everything gonna create for us. One click, right, is a bulk operation. You keep on doing. Okay, and very quickly, if you want to check is working or not, I can go and find my database. You can see all the user one single go create. Now you want to create all the user. Anybody who know technology like Docker, so in Docker we have to create a container, or you might have to create a container from different images. Provide all the images name here and enter all the container of those images we created. Anybody who know by chance about Docker, so this is the use case you can solve there. One click, all the content will create. Okay, by your script. Only thing is you just have to change this command. Instead of user it, you have to put Docker run command. Otherwise, you could take the image from here. Okay, so this is one thing. But right now, okay, by chance, according to my requirement, I have created a script where I have asked my user, to provide the argument from the command line. Okay, but because I pass the because I'm passing the requirement from a command line, that is I use this symbol because this symbol is meant for command line. Okay, but if you have a requirement that you want to pass a file name, okay, and this file name you want to use to create all the user. So this is a very common operation that we do in migration part. So normally we have one server. Okay, we have one more server. The server IP1, the server IP2. My company is still working in this particular system. They create all the accounts there, all the data there, database there, right? in the IP1, but they have planning to migrate, maybe multiple. They want to change the OS, change the version. So from this IP1, they want to migrate everything to IP2. So they collect all the information of their user or something, or maybe software name in one file. This file maybe is a database file, or this file maybe is a comma separated file. Okay, provide this file to this system, and the duty of this system is whatever file username we are providing in the file or information we are providing in this file, okay, create exactly the same way in IP2. For example, if the user is information user, so create all the user in IP2. Because my plan is to move from IP1 to IP2, that is called migration. So guys, again, this topic is not migration, right? The migration is lots of steps we have to follow. Plan, it depends software, platform to platform. But this is one example you can think of right now, what I'm going to show you here. Okay, guys, can you hold for a second, please? So how can you do this? Okay, so let's say I'm going to create a file. Let's say db.csv, this typical file I'm creating here. And this file, some other team, somehow they can put all the information here. They say they put pop1, p2, user 3, okay, Harry, Eric. Okay, so this information they collected somehow, put in this file. This is normal typical file. Okay. And now what the duty is, I have to ask the I have to do something in every name. So guys, understand one thing, this is the first name, second name, third record, fourth record, fifth item, fifth record, what I want to say here as a term, typically known as items. So I want every item I have to do something, same thing, not something, every item I have to do something, but for every item I have to do the same thing also. Okay. Again, guys, this is the example of iteration, or for this we can use for loop. The point, guys, here is how can I give this file to for loop and ask for loop to retrieve this one, then retrieve this one, and do the things. Let me try in this way. For loop, go in this file, okay, put the data in I, okay, and do and try to print I and that. So technically, for loop field, there is a string, they print this as a string. What I'm expecting, they will pick this name, they print it. Okay, let me try another way. Let me try to put in $. Okay, so again, guys, they say something not there because the dollar is not there. They understand something. Why they print this in some minute. When I explain you about interpolation of the string, I will explain this point, why they print this, but they're not able to understand what exactly I wanted. Okay, so I just say pretty simple, guys. We know this is a file, we know this content is a file, and we know how to print the content of the file is the cat command. That's all. Okay, so what can we do? We can run the cat command and give the output of the cat command to the for loop. But how? Okay, for this I want to explain one interesting concept. Okay, very important concept of shell scripting we use a lot. Whenever date is a command, okay, and if you want to provide or store the output of date command in a variable called x, for example, if you try to do this, okay, you know what happened? Finally, it stored date as a string. But what I wanted here, I wanted right, first date command run, then output of date command go to x. But right now, guys, when you do equal to, they treat everything as a string. So finally, string store. But if you want first date command run, then output goes Then for this, we have a special symbol in the command line called backquote. It's not single quote, double quote. It's with tilde symbol. Is backquote. So what do you do? This backquote. They first they treat this string as a command. And if this command exists, they run this command, take the output, and store that output in X wherever. That's what I wanted. Okay, but this backquote is a little bit older concept. Maybe some of the cell version might not support. So the better concept would be same thing is this way. So anything you write in the in dollar, especially in parentheses, they treat this as a command. They run the command and put the output in X. So both the ways right, but in this both the ways running. But I think this is the better way or newer way to do this. Okay. So technically, if you want any command output to store in some variable, this is symbol to use. Same thing we can apply with the cat command. Okay. So what I'm doing here, let me use X here, and I'm running the cat command in this one. Okay. And now what X contain? X contain the output of the cat command, and output of the cat command is this one. Now guys, that's all our problem solved. Now I go back to my for loop again. For loop again. And here, instead I run this one, I say cat command, and here I put this guy in this way. So what happened, guys? What happened? In one command, and this is one more concept, guys. In one command, let me open new terminal. For example, if I run echo date, echo will print date as a data string. But if I type $date, so guys, in one command line, if you multiple things, we have commands, argument, but any of the argument that start with dollar or something like this symbol. Okay, so in this command, maybe like put a high also pop here. So in this line, they pick this part first. They first interpret this one. Okay, they run the date command behind the scene, technically known as they launch the date command in subcell. All right, they run there, get the output, give the output back, and paste here. After the paste here, then the final command gonna run. So this is like command insert command. It's like a nested command kind of thing. Okay, see here, the output now will come out. Okay, so if any command contain this symbol, so this part run first, and the output will be pasted there. Okay, and then the further command, the main command gonna run. There's also, guys, the one way also to think of. Okay, now we know this concept. So what I'm doing here, so this for loop is one thing. These are one big command here. Okay, but in this big command, because we use this symbol, so this command will run in some of the subcell. They run the command there, give you output back, and pass the output here. And because they pass the output something like this, and that's what for loop need. For loop say now I get the list, and I will do something on the list. So, see guys here, is work. So that's what we wanted here. So I want to read the data as iteration in the for loop that we have done. Okay. So same thing I can do here in this file also. Let me get a backup copy of this file. Is a basic 4. I'm just giving some name to the file. Right. This file is by default. You got copy. It's by default executable. What I'm changing in this file. Okay. So now my username will come from a file called db.csv. Okay, and output of this command will store in this file, and now everything is exactly the same. Okay, I just changed the source of my data, and now this is coming from file or coming from databases, coming from network. So guys, finally, what I'm trying to explain here is, if this information coming from command line, we use $@ symbol. Coming from file, we know how to read the file cat. Coming for database, we have to use MySQL, their respective command, or MySQL admin command. So depend, guys, where your database is. So getting the data from there, we have a different command available. Okay, so that would be their respective knowledge. Okay, obviously there's not as such linked with shell scripting. MySQL has their own command, networking has their own command. What a command they have, go and paste here, store in variable, and then you can use the concept of shell scripting to do further things. Okay, that's what I want to tell here. Okay, now if I run this file, okay, so they will go inside my file and all the user has been created. Very quickly I can check with this file has been created. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, so guys, we have touched the for loop, we have touched lots of basic concepts from very zero, and everything is connected all together, and we have created for loop also, okay, with some different way to take the input. So slowly guys, we are building the concept. By the end of tomorrow, almost whatever things is possible as a shell scripting perspective, we will cover and completely done with a lot of practical like this. And on the top of this, we can, if you guys start, I start with eco, I keep on adding new things here. Okay, slowly you will see lots of new concepts will be added. Okay, this is one thing. And even though if you notice, I keep on touching multiple different use cases. Something I'm showing, something I'm explaining you. Okay, and depending upon your use case to use case, guys, you can apply those things. So this is just a basic I started. Okay, because I told you guys already, more than 90% guys are very new in this world, so I have to start the things from very zero. So guys, I'm going for the break. Before the break, any questions guys you have till now, you guys can ask me. Okay, please add regex and cron job concept. Actually, Manan, both the concept, cron job is a Linux command. I have a separate lecture on this in my ISC Rise channel. I share you video. I cover everything about the cron job, or I will cover there. So I don't want to invest our time here. Cron tab. Regex also, guys. Manan, in my upcoming class, I am going to talk detailed lecture on regex. Okay, so there is no meaning to good reason to invest. I might use some regex here, but in detail, I'll take an extra class as a free classes on ISC Rise channel. I'll provide a link to you so you can take the knowledge of regex and apply. But how to use regex here, I will show you, but I don't want to invest the time here. No, Anurag, something I said 2 tabs in the same terminal can share the web. No, even though guys, if you open one terminal, you open. Let me show you again. What he asking is sometimes very much confusing for a lot of guys. So I'm getting variable called Z5. We have this value. Okay, and if I open one new tab here, even the tab, but technically this is a facility of your GUI. But technically for the system, it is a new shell session they launch. So they won't share this. This is like a 2 program. So if you create one variable in one program, one process, if you create one more process by the same code maybe, but variable won't be shared, right? So it's something like this. No, the Dharmika SS command work here. Okay, so somebody asking me, does SS command, SH command work here? If your system has SS shell available, how can I check? Simplest way to check is which SS command available. In my case, yes. Can I run this script with SS? Work. Why? Because right now the syntax that I am using till now is same syntax SS command also have. But maybe some more few syntax come up in the future, might not be supported SS shell. But till here, the syntax is same. So SS will work. So if you run any command like this way, right, then cbang will override. So right now they're running with SS, and SS support the same syntax, so there's no error come up. Okay. No, Hari Shankar, somebody asked me, can you use more than one executor in shell scripting? Right, means technically, I think you're talking about, can I use more cbang? Technically, when you start the script, only one will run, but But in the script, you can call further scripts. That script will have different executors, like different cbang, Python, or sh. So that way you can do, you can include, that's called include, that what you can do. But technically, one program will be run on the top of only one base interpreter. Okay. So why different with bash RC, RCOD? Guys, the big difference. Whenever you launch a shell, then only that bash RC run. For example, you reboot your system, you don't open a terminal, you bash never. If bash never run, your bash RC file never run. But anything you put in rc.d, those files or script are normally run at the boot time. So when the system is booting, those files that you put in the rc.d, that time they start and they write the scripts. So even though you log in, you don't log in, what you put in rc.local file especially, they run automatically, right? Even just before your login also. Okay, there's a big difference. So anything you want to permanent at the time of at the time boot process, you can put in rc.d folder. There's some file. Or if you want to do any permanent before the cell launch, especially after you log in the your black screen console, then you can put in .bash rc. Okay. And guys, one more small thing I think somebody is also talking about is good practice actually. Okay. Whenever you are creating and using any variable, put in double quotes. Right. So there is no difference gonna come up. I said, so good practice to put your variables or your assignment, especially the string or the variable, in the double quotes. Okay. Yes, Muhammad, I will put, guys, all the scripts, commands, and all of my screenshot, guys, everything I post over here. Don't worry, guys. And this document will share to you. Can we create the manage and dynamic inventory? Yes, Anupama, you can create and manage a dynamic inventory also with shell scripting. Even though mostly, I think you're talking about Ansible, mostly dynamic inventory is created by shell scripting only. Shell script will go and scan the network, they find all the IPs, and they print all the IPs when Ansible call the dynamic script. So Ansible call shell script will find the IPs too. So if you know, guys, Ansible, so I believe you understand what I'm talking about. So somebody asked me if I also want to give a password on the fly, how to do this. So guys, again, it's very from command to command. PassWD has an option available for stdin, where you can pass the password on the fly. If you guys ask one, if you want, I will show you the practical in a minute. So after the break, I'll show you how to give the password on the fly in the passwd command. Yes, Ashish, we have function in the cell. We can also create our own functions. It's a very interesting topic. So maybe today or tomorrow, I'll talk about how to create your own personal functions on the cell. Yes, Gaurav, we can also take the input. I'll show you in my after the break how to create an input also. So we have way to take the input from the cell. No, Salvendra, Bash and PHP is not same. Different use case, very different use case. PHP for web development, Bash for right now we're talking about. Most of the language has same command. PHP also have echo command, but doesn't mean they are same. The syntax is different. They're mainly the use case is different, right? They're used for different purpose. What is alias? Alias is very simple command. Yajir, if I pronounce your name properly. So it is a way to give a command a nickname. It's a simple thing. Alias. So if the command is big and the big command you keep on running, so and they give type this command again and again, you can give some nickname to the command. And that nickname is called alias. So we have command for alias to do it. Same thing doing Python is possible as well. No, actually, Srishti, Python has a different use case to solve. Shell scripting has a different use case to solve. Okay. The biggest power of shell scripting is they are native. Native means if Linux come up, shell come up. Okay, but it doesn't mean Python come up. You have to install the Python separately. And for installing Python, there are a lot of extra things you have to install. Okay, but like in smaller, thin systems like embedded system, we can't store Python there. We can't store extra thing there for improving the performance or some other things also. Okay, so their native way to run the script is shell. That's the big thing I figured out. Otherwise, if you talk about the more capability perspective, obviously Python has more capability. They can do lots of things there. Okay, but not everywhere we can use Python. Okay, any small task related to things where we can install Python, we don't have Python. Like I give an example like routers also, then you should have good knowledge in shell scripting. So embedding the web shell for remote system, actually the shell is a very common term we use a lot. Okay. If you talk about embedding the web shell or web shell, so technically it's known as shell, but they're not the best shell actually. So we can use PHP language or some other language of web technology where they give a facility to run the command using the web browser. So they use the word called web shell, but they are not the actually best shell. So they are the PHP or Python they use. They have the option available in the PHP and Python or any C script where they create a web page. You can type the command, enter, and a command run. So it looks like shell, but it's not shell. That is a game of your web technology languages. Okay, so that is the reason they use the word called embedding or web shells, but they're not pure shells that I'm talking about right now. Yes, AW command is also Ghosh here that we can use for a lot of things. Okay, so AWK is also like in a shell we have scripting. AWK command, let's go awk command in Linux is they have their own world. AWK also has an entire their personal language. They have their own syntax, own language, own keyboard. Even though we have dedicated books also in AWK. It look like a simple command. It's not simple. All the programming thing they have their own personal syntax. They have their own print keyword, own loops, own way. But that is for one purpose where you want to do something on data or data processing, or data pre-processing, you can use AWK there in the command lines. Okay. So I might touch some of the AWK command, but it's not the class on AWK. It's awk command. They have their own whole world of their personal script. As such, yes, we don't have exception handling in Bash as such, but we can do it somehow. We can use exit code, we can use conditions, and they will help us to manage the exception handling. But as such, the core use of exception handling, they don't have. Okay, so we can exception handling, we can do have try and catch as multiple exception we have. So that level of thing is not there because we don't need those things in Bash shell, because technically understand one thing, in Bash shell we are calling the command. Command is in some language like C and Java. They have exception handling. Okay, so we are not creating a actual programming code here. We are calling the pre-created commands that is created by some other languages. So if you take in this sense, you might feel there's no use of exception handling. What does WSL does? Nothing is sort of, I just created one separate folder as a workspace, means I keep on putting all of my file there. You can create any folder with your name also, like /Saurabh. Okay, it's just a folder name. if data is comma separate, here, Karthik, here we can use AWK command. So AWK command has a capability. They can differentiate data with the comma separation. So I'll take some example. Don't worry on those concepts in AWK command. Again, guys, this training is not about AWK, but I'll touch a lot of AWK command and SED commands also, because they are the Linux command, but they have their own whole world. But I'll touch a lot of things about AWK and SED. Okay. So there I will Karthik, Kartharth actually. What you're asking is a very common use case. Is I will explain you in my upcoming discussion. Windows has a PowerShell, guys. PowerShell nowadays is very common. Otherwise, typically they have batch shell, but typically normally Windows we have PowerShell. So let me get pick some questions because we have tons of questions here. Some of the questions I skipping because those things is come up in my further discussion. So those answer will be given to you. Yes, Nikhil, what you're saying, how to access name or ID in CSV? That's what in my AWK command discussion, I will show you if CSV file contain a lot of information, how we can do it. So if file has one like lines of record, it won't be efficient program. Yes, Parth, I agree with you. It won't be efficient program because cat will load the entire data on the RAM. So if you talk about the programming perspective as a space complexity perspective, obviously this won't be the efficient one. Okay, so we can use some other tricks over here. Okay, instead of cat we can use head command. So head is the one who keep on giving the pointers, or maybe some other way approach we can use. I'll show you multiple use case, multiple other approach also to make it more efficient, right? But my intention here is not to actually right now to optimize the program right now. My intention here to explain the full loop. That's what the intention is, right? But I agree with you. But we have other alternative also to provide data to full loop. Okay. Yes, Parnes Python scripting is at all different from Shell scripting. Same thing you can do in Python also, but again, my point here is, does your old OS support Python? Answer yes, you can install, but can you install Python in some thin device like hypervisors, like routers? Somehow no. So scripting is always the last gateway resort, and normally server might not allow you that point in time to install Python. How can you automate it, right? So if they have, Python is the best choice, no doubt. I always recommend Python, but shell scripting is always the one that is always available for us. So yes, Shraddha, shell scripting used a lot in today's world. Not only limited places, almost everywhere, right? And that's what I told you. If you go and see any job profile of admins or scripting or DevOps automation or automation, 90% I've seen in the job profile they write shell scripting knowledge required or maybe prerequisite. So you should have this. Okay. Yes, how to handle exit status? Yes, again, in my upcoming discussion, I will show you how to handle the exit statement. Yes, because dot bash file work per user basis. So guys, if you have every user had their own bash RC file in their home directory. So every user can put their own variables in their bash RC file. So it's not global file; it is a per user based file. Every user had their own. But if you want to start a global file, then it's a file called etc bash RC. It will be for all the users. Okay. Guys, if you know more about chmod command, it is right now users used to change the permission, but this is a big command. I have a lot of classes of permissions in my IIC Rise channel. It's free. That explain you everything from zero to all the advanced about chmod command. Anybody who interested, just go and search in YouTube IIC Rise RSC classes. You can find those lectures there. Siva, Rakesh class, I'm going to deliver soon in my weekend session in IIC Rise class. Maybe next weekend, I believe. They cover everything there. So I guess I provide a link to everyone. Anybody who want to attend, it's a free class. You can join. Okay. So that's all, guys. There might be some queries. I am with query come randomly over here, and so I'm just trying to pick as much as I can. So right now that's all. I believe most of the query what you're asking maybe today or especially my next tomorrow session will be covered more in detail. Okay, so let's go right now for a quick break of around I need guys 25-minute break. Okay, so after 25 minutes we will join. So around 12:10 IST time will join back. Okay. So welcome back, guys. Let's continue with the next part. So let me explain you guys some more some more concepts actually about the cell scripting. Okay. So before, guys, I'll explain you some more concepts. Let's take some good use case. Maybe this use case might help us to know much about to know more about some of the use cases, right? So what we are going to do. So you guys might know. Okay, whenever you create a user, let's say I'm going to create a user called maybe Krish. Okay, and let me set the password for this user so I can log in. Okay, so you guys know whenever you log into this user. Okay, let me log into my other terminal. It's called Control Alt F3. Okay, I'm logging to this user called Chris. Is a password. So you guys know about maybe about Linux, one basic concept. Whenever you logging to the user, by default you landed to a folder or directory that is called your home directory. There's this one. This is home/Krish. Okay, and normally this user are a general user. They have a limited power. Okay, whatever they normally do, they keep their data in this folder only. Let me create a file. Touch is a command Linux to create a file. So they keep the data here. where they landed, or that's called your home directory. So if you have 1,000 users, every user has their own personal home directory. One of the reasons why they have the home directory to safeguard their data. Nobody can come in their home directory and keep their and they can see their data. So only Chris can see their data by logging. So this is a very basic concept. I think mostly everyone know about the Linux. Those by chance don't know. So that is the reason I want to explain you why I'm discussing this point here right now, because I have to show you some use case here. Okay, so use case is something like this. So what our requirement is? Our requirement is my company say Chris is one of the user in the company, right, from long time, and he log in and he put lots of data in their in the home directory. Okay, so what a file they what a project these guys are working on, those data they keep in their home directory. Okay, so it is a good practice, or they might possibility these guys might leaving the organization, or they might possibility some kind of malicious activity done by this user. Okay, so what we do first of all, let's lock the account of the Krish so that these guys won't able to log in. And after all the data that they have in the home directory, let's go and create a second copy or backup copy of this. So I can provide this backup copy to my audit team. They will start doing some some kind of analysis on what data they have in the home directory. Okay, so that will be the requirement. Okay, and not maybe only the Chris, there might be some more user. We have this kind of activity where you do maybe Chris, maybe A, maybe I want everyone to be logged. Depend guys which user want to log, plus what are data they have in the home directory I want to do as a backup. Okay, so this would be one small use case and how to do it. Okay, so it's pretty simple. In this case, if you know something more about Linux command, okay, you can do it very simply. So first of all, in the Linux, if you want to log somebody account so they can't log in, so one of the way you can use a passwd as a command. This command has an option to log somebody account. Okay, and because you have to do on multiple account, maybe say one account or hundreds of account, maybe again we can use the for loop here. Okay, and because you want to do a backup, so we know guys every user has the home directory always in /home folder, and their home directory is always with the name of their username. In this case the Chris, This is a normal standard in the market. So we know crash data always keep here, so we can do a backup. And there's a lot of way to do a backup. So tar is one of the command in Linux to do the backup. Okay, this is one thing. But there might be possibility that before we do backup, guys, normally we are doing the backup folder. Okay, so there might possibility, maybe due to some reason the folder is not exist. Folder means directory is not exist. You get to check before we do the backup, otherwise backup fail. We check, does this directory available? 99% is always available, but maybe there's some user we normally create, they don't have the home directory. Okay, there's a create in system to run some scripts and some jobs. So first, before we do the backup, we have to first check, does this directory exist or not? Only if the directory exists. So it's like a condition, if if the directory exists, then only I can create a backup. Otherwise, I skip the backup part. Or before I do any backup, okay, what of the input we have provided, trace or A and B, we also want to check, does this user exist or not? If user exists, then only I would like to do a backup. Okay, and how to check the user exists or not? Again, you guys know, by chance ID is the command you can use. Okay, to check the user exists or not. Okay, but in this entire in this entire use case, one of the things that I want to point out much, okay, is conditions. If condition or else condition. If this is there, do this, otherwise do this. Okay, so how, guys, can you hold for a second, please? So how can you guys write up conditions in the shell? That would be the first point I want to first explain to you. Then we will come back to this particular use case. How can we solve this use case? And by solving this use case, there are a lot of new commands and concepts gonna come up. Okay, so let's do one by one. First, let me explain you. How to write the condition. So I believe, guys, everybody know what is if or else. So if is a keyword, and if we'll check something, that is called condition. If condition match, that is called true. Okay, whatever we write inside if block, they run. If condition don't match, whatever statement we write inside the block don't run. Or because this is shell scripting, so normally the shell scripting, guys, we normally write the commands. So all the command we put inside the block run. If condition false, so again, understand one thing, guys, is a shell scripting, right? And here true normally means exit code 0. So true here is equals to exit code 0 means success. Okay, but if condition is not success, means anything number apart from 0, then they go to else, and whatever statement we write inside the else or command we write inside the else gonna be done. It is something like this, right? So how we can do this? So let me show you guys one small thing here. But before this, I have to first explain you how to check the condition. Okay, or how to test the condition. Okay, so for testing the condition, guys, there is one command available from the shell script, or you can think it is a shell script keyword. The keyword is called test. So using test, guys, we can check. For example, if I want to check, does 1 is equals to 1? So this is a way we can test. Okay, if I hit enter, okay, if I hit enter, so behind the scene, guys, you know what happened? They check their comparison and look like they're equal. And test is a command who tests the thing, tests the condition. And if they're equal, so behind the scene they say is equal, and for equal they here, guys, they give you exit code 0. And how to check the exit code? You guys know. Sorry. So 0. We will try to test 1 equals to 2. Okay, they are not equal. So what exit code will do? So this is the way, guys, to test the condition. By chance, let me check one more thing here. Does 1 is sorry, less than equals to 2? Okay, so guys, this time, guys, they give this error. Okay, we are lucky by chance double equals to working for us. Okay, but this is not working because, guys, in the testing world or condition world, we know less than equals to greater than equal. But guys, the big challenge is this keyword is not working. So what I'm trying to explain you here in a minute, let me explain to you. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you guys here is, if you are want to check something, normally in the programming language use equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, those things we use a lot. But challenge, guys, here in shell scripting, greater than and less than has some special meaning. So anybody who know about IO read direction concept in shell, okay, this symbol according to shell is not greater than, less than. This symbol has some extra meaning. Okay, what I mean by this, by chance, if you don't know, let me very quickly tell you what exactly the meaning of this symbol. So whenever type any command, the command give the output. If you don't want to send the output in this console, and you want to send the output in some file, you can use this symbol or give the file name. So this output by this symbol will send or forward it to or redirect it to this file. You can see output come here. So for the shell, this symbol has a special meaning. That's called output redirection. Okay, or there's some command, for example, there's command called tr in Linux. If I type tr hit A to Z and A to Z, what I mean by this, so this command is a translator command. There's some command in Linux. Okay, if you type this command, they open your keyboard, that's called standard input, and whatever type, guys, okay, this line will go to this command, and all the small character from A to Z, they convert to A to Z capital. See here, I can do Control D to stop. But if you want, tr command won't take the output from the keyboard, then we can use this symbol to take the output some other file. For example, I'm taking the output from this file. So all the data from this file go to tr, and they convert everything from small to capital letter. Okay, so guys, in this concept, this symbol for us is a less than keyword, but this symbol is here in the shell is working as a special character where they take the input and give the input to the command. That's called input redirection. That's called IO redirection concept. Okay, and see, guys, here everything has been capitalized. Guys, and that's one. Just take one small point here. This file is very critical. Okay, by chance, if you run this symbol of greater than, hit enter, this symbol also do one thing. If this file exists, they will delete this file with a new content. Okay, and this file is so critical. If you run this command on this file with this symbol greater than I'm talking about, this file remove, content remove, and after your system reboot, you will stuck. Right, your system won't able to log it. Okay, all the account will delete it. So guys, if you're using this file, be very cautious about which symbol you are using. Okay, right now I'm using this symbol. Not the symbol, this symbol. Okay, so this symbol is only reading, though they are not updating the file. Okay, but my main point, guys, here is just to want to update greater than and less than symbol in the shell has a special meaning. Okay, by chance, this is the Linux concepts, obviously belong to shell only, but I think this much knowledge is enough. But anybody who want to know more in detail concept about this symbol, I have some video on ISRI channel. If you want, I will share to you where I explain you very detail about how this symbol internally work. So this is not the main topic for today. Okay, but what I'm trying to explain you here is, if you want to test does 1 is greater than equals to 2, this symbol we can't use for testing. This symbol we can't use for testing because this symbol has a special meaning here. That is a reason. That's a reason in the shell we don't use this symbol. Instead of this symbol, they come with up with a keyword, something like this, hyphen EQ, equality, right? Hyphen any, not equal, hyphen GT, greater than, okay, something like this. So whatever guys you normally do, they have a symbol to check the equality. Okay, so for example, we have LT less than, okay, LE, GE greater than equals to, less than equals to. Okay, so these symbols we have. So we don't use this symbol because I told you, explaining you, this symbol has a special meaning here. So that's what I'm going to use here. Okay, that is the reason, guys, this was given you the error. They say because they feel 2 is a file and we are going to read a file. So this a file not exist. 2 is not exist. But for us, this 2 is just number. I want to check equality. So here I can say greater than equals to. So does 1 is greater than equals to 2? I check my my exit code. 1. No, they are not, right? So they come with the error. Okay. Does 1 is less than equals to 2? Obviously they are. So exit code 0 means success comma. Okay. So if you want to guys check any equality or any condition on on the numbers, then we can use this symbol. But if you want to check the equality in the string, then we can use normal equal to or not equal to. So I can say does high is equals to high. Okay, obviously yes. Okay, or again, if this high is not equals to high, obviously no, they are not equal. So no. So because in the string there is no meaning of greater than less than, so here we can use a normal equality or not equality symbol. But any number if you want to check for conditions, then we have this symbol to be used. So you know guys, understand one thing. Normally if you read any shell scripting document, they write simply, if you want to do equality, use this symbol. But why they come with this keyword, I explain to you. That's the interesting thing. I first explain to you why they come with this symbol, because this has a special meaning. So I first explain this concept to you, maybe small, but it's good to know that because these are some reserved symbol. So that is then they come up with a new keyword altogether. Okay, so simple is GE is greater than equals to, less than equals to, not equals to, equals to. So it is also pretty simple to remember this keyword. Okay. So this one thing. One more thing is, either you can use test keyword, or one more way we normally use, instead of test, we can put this guy into the square bracket. Both work in the same way. Right, check here, same output come up. Or instead of here, same example, if I check this one also. So you can think this is the newer approach. Instead of the test keyword or command, we can use this square bracket. They will do again the same way. Okay, so mostly guys, whatever we do, I normally use a square bracket to test the condition. Okay, if you use without a square bracket or without test keyword, it won't work. It will fail. So either you use test keyword or test command or square bracket. One thing you have to use. Okay, now finally, what they give you true or false. But technically here there is no meaning of true or false here, because this is not a pure programming language. It is a scripting language. In the scripting language, we normally call the commands. Okay, so behind this, they give you exit code 0 or 1 or 0 or maybe something else. Okay, so whatever condition we use, they understand what is exit code 0 means success, what exit code 1 means failure. So this condition I can write in the if. I say if this condition is success, okay, then do something. So guys, normally in the programming language, if we create a if loop, not if loop, sorry, if keyword as a condition. So if you write if, we write the condition. Okay, we start curly braces and curly braces and write the further commands here. Okay, now this instead of the curly braces here, in shell scripting, we use a keyword called then. means we have to start the block of code. And to close this curly braces, we have to use a keyword called fi to close the block. So the guy, this is syntax in the shell scripting we have to use. So we have to write then, just for testing, I'm saying echo hi, just to test, and fi. Because guys, this condition was true because 1 is less than equals 2. So this is true, means exit code 0. If exit code 0 come up, I'm happy. So what are the block of code I have? I will print it for us. Okay, this is one thing to be noticed here. Now the interesting thing, right, to be again notice here about the if is very interesting, right? What if can do for you. So the way I am going to guys explain this concept to you, just I emphasize one point again and again. This will give you not true and false, they give you exit code. Because shell scripting work on the command. Okay, so if it's been designed in such a way, whenever I give you exit code 0, then only this statement or block of code gonna run. Now it is your choice. You want to give the exit code by checking the condition or by testing the condition, or you can directly provide your commands here. Because you know guys, almost all the command give you the exit code. Okay, what I mean by this, it means I can tell my if I'm giving you a date command, and if date command runs successfully, then do this. I'm giving you a user add command. If user command runs successfully, then do this. Okay, so you know, in one go, two things will happen. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So I say if run this command, okay, and after run only, obviously guys, if command run, then only you come to know your exit code is 0 and 1. If this command runs successfully, exit code come up. If exit code is 0 come up, means this command runs successfully, then say print date printed. Whatever I want to do it here. Okay, otherwise don't do anything. See guys here, this command also run, because this command runs successfully. So if tested, this command runs successfully. Okay, then they say date print. Now it is your choice. It is your choice which command you want to run here. You want to create a user, you can say create user, and if the user created, then only I say user created. Okay, otherwise there is no meaning to print this message. Okay, so it means when I write this code over here of shell scripting, where it is. Now here I can improve my code. This one, I improve my code. This one, or maybe this file one. Okay. So before guys I improve, let me tell you, show you one thing. If I run my this program again, okay, even though the user give me as error and warning, they say this user already created, but my echo command print user created. Okay, even though user already created is like a error. This user already created because I run this script already, but they are showing me user created. Okay, so this is not a good way to write a program. Okay, instead what can we do, right? We write a user command inside if. I'm asking if to create the user, and if the user create, then only print this message. Otherwise don't do and close the if. That's all. This is a better way to print this message. So in one single code, two things happen. If first create the user, if the user create, if happy, then they print this line. But if user already exists or some error happen, this command give error. If won't go inside and they don't print this message. That's what we wanted here. Okay, just a small trick we change and my code become more optimized. Now if I run my code again, so guys here they give this message, and this message come not from my if or echo command. This message come because of user. So guys, whenever I run the user add command, right, so they print this message if the user exists. But but this message doesn't print. But let me open my DB file and let me add one more user here. Let's say user is Harry67. Okay. Let's say in my company, one more user come up for another script. Okay. My script will go and run. And what they find, one user was not there, they created and print the message this user created. That's what I was looking for. Okay, again, I repeat, they said this already exists. Okay, so guys, these are some of the use case where these kind of, let me first rename my file. This for, it's called user.ss. This I'm just reading just for nothing special reason, but so the guys, this is the use of this is a way you can use if. Okay, but obviously if always come with else also. Okay, so I can write if test 1 is equals to 2, they are not, obviously, then do something like echo. Okay, if they're not equal, then use else and then print echo not. And again, fi, guys, you have to close in the last. They are not equal, they go to else and they print else. Okay, so this way we can put the else also. And how do you guys apply else is depend upon your final use case, how you want to do it. Okay, let me improve our code a little bit more. So this code, guys, is better, but right now if I try to run my code again, you know what happened they're doing. If you have 1 million user to be created, my script is better. Okay, they are not printing they created because they're not creating because already created, but they keep on trying to create the user. So technically I'm talking about we're talking about, okay, if you run this script again and again, why? Because maybe some more user keep on coming in this file, which file, this file, by some of your team, and every time you run this this file, every time you run this file, they will go to this loop and run run user add command again and again. And you know, guys, user add command is a little bit heavy, right? If you type 1 million user, they again try on 1 more user, same time they're gonna consume. But because the user created, so they won't create again for you. But it's not good operation in the terms of performance. It will improve, it will impact your CPU time like anything. So what technically I'm talking about, before we create this user, it's good practice to check the user exists or not. If user exists, don't run this command. If you not exist, then run this command. And if this command runs successfully, then print the message. So how to check the user exists or not? I told you the command already, ID. Let's say, does Vimal user exist? Yes. You know, guys, when you run ID command, they give you exit code 0, and now we can use if again. So it is something like this. So before I create a user, I write one more if. And here I use the ID command of on my user. And my username, guys, stored in J. Okay, and this if is outside that my main if. Then I run then if user this user exists. Okay, is in this case don't run this. So in this case, just print exist. Okay, or maybe I just print $J user exist. Okay, but if this command fail, means user don't exist, then only run this code. Okay, and that's one thing, guys. This condition I'm running one more time. Okay, why? There might possibility do some reason user add command try to run, but they fail. Maybe there might possibility there a lot of lock happen or some permission reason. Maybe if they fail, if this command fail that time while creating user, then time this message come or don't come. Or maybe I can write better way would be if create the user, if this command runs successfully, print this message, or I can write one more else here and say user J creation failed, something like that. Okay, so this if started here, close here, and again this if is the main if. Everything is inside the if, and this if will close here. So guys, this is example of nesting of the if inside if. So it's better way to check, right? Rather than I exactly run the user command again in all the million user to impact my CPU performance. Okay, better I check the user exists or not. If exists, just print this exists, skip this part. If not exist, then only run this command. Okay, so now if I run my program again, now it look better. It look better, right? Exit. Okay, maybe you don't want to see this output. You can do it because because guys, whenever run any command, if they will run the command and the command will give the output. But maybe this output look very much messy in the console. We are not looking for actual output of the command. We're just checking out the command, this user exists or not. So for this, we have multiple way. One of the way would be, for example, if you run any command and you want command run, but the output doesn't come in the console. And for you, the output is garbage. So for this, guys, we have file called dev null. Okay, so this command output, this command run, even though if you see the exit code, 0 come up because the command is successful, but output of this command will go to null, means like a garbage, they go inside the garbage. Okay, so this symbol again we use to send the output some another file. This is the special file, special device that work like garbage for you. Okay, so that's what we can do here. So I can write afterwards this command. Right, I'm not looking for the output of this command. Okay, but run it just to check my user exists or not. Okay, according to my if will take the decision. Okay, now if I run my script again, now it look better. They say all the million you have is created. So I just printing you for your knowledge. If you want to print, otherwise you or don't print also. Okay, but as soon as the new name come in my database, let's say Jack 65. Okay, if I again run, you can see the everything is printed, and last they say Jack user 5 created. Again, guys, there is one more extra error come up. No such user here, because guys, whenever an ID command on a user that is not exist, they print this message. Or because I use ID command here. Okay, so they print this message, but maybe you don't want to print this message also from ID command. So understand one thing, guys, anybody who know a little bit about Linux, especially guys, if you go through my class of IO redirection, if you want, I'll share the again video for IO redirection. This is a Linux concept, not maybe used in shell scripting, but it's a Linux concept. So in the IO redirection concept, guys, you know what happened whenever you run any command. If command give you success or command give you failure or error, if success come or failure come, both if they're giving output also. So for the success, they give the output, with failure, they give the output. Both the output we can redact to somewhere, let's in the file. But if you want to redact the success output, then this symbol work. And you want to redact the failure output, then this symbol work. Again, symbol greater than, but you start with 2. Okay, you can think it's like a pipe. So pipe 1, this by default is actually 1. If you write or not write is 1. So if any command give you output and success output, then this output go in pipe 1, channel 1, and this channel 1 you want to send to the file or some other location, that would be your choice. If any command give you output with failure, then they go to pipe 2, and pipe 2 will take the output somewhere. So what I mean by this, okay, we run the date command. This output come in pipe 1. This output 2 means any of the error come in pipe 2. For any pipe 2 error, if you want to redact in some of the file, it won't go. It again come in the screen. Because this symbol means I am saying the output in pipe 1. If you type this or type this same thing. But because we know this command is going to give the output error, so we have to tell that I know this error gonna come up, and error will go in pipe 2. So send the output of pipe 2 to somewhere. By in this case file. See guys, output doesn't come up and they store in this file. So depend guys, what command output will gonna give you. If they're going to give you success, use this symbol or this symbol, both the same meaning. Or this command going to give you output error, use this symbol. If you want to send the outputs of somewhere else. Okay. But sometimes we don't know my command going to give output success or fail. Example, in the ID case, if the user exists, ID gives success. If user don't exist, ID give failure. We don't know. Okay. So in this case, if you never know what's going to come up in the future, but in both the cases, you want to send your output somewhere else in some file or maybe in the garbage. So for this, we can use a symbol called ampersand. Okay, this symbol means either output 1 come or 2 come, both the pipe connect together like and send the output to this file. So either failure come or either success come, both the output collect in one single pipe, connect both the pipe together and send in this file. Okay, so guys, this is some small concept of Linux. Okay, that is more than enough. But if you want to know more about this, I said, if you want some extra video in my ISC RISE channel, in my RSC essay classes, you can go and understand more in detail. But that is more than enough over here. Okay, so same thing I'm going to apply here in a script. So I'm saying here, ID command, I don't know what you're going to give output, either fail or or error, but your output is not matter for me. Send both the output in the garbage. I'm using you to check the user exists or not. So according to my F, will take the decision and do the further thing. So that makes more sense here. Okay. Now if I run my script, everything working good. Let me add some more new username for Jack68. Okay, and now let's look better. Always exist. That is not exist. They created for us with the proper planned output. None of the output coming from the internal commands. These output come from our planned output. Okay, so that's the idea you can do. So guys, a lot of knowledge concept of Linux, shell, some into keyword, if else, right? We can connect together and create a script, something like this. Okay, so guys, this is the extra improvement in my code I have done. Okay, so let's come back to our actual use case, what I'm looking for. So use case was, guys, that I started after the break. So now, guys, whatever you know till now, we can solve this use case very easily. So use case is we want to provide some usernames. And whatever username we provide, I want this user to be logged and the home directory to be backup. That's the only thing we want to do here. So how we can do? Before this, let me tell you one more small concept. In the scripting world, you guys know whenever you run the script, for example, this is a script we had created already, basic. By chance, this script, guys, taking the input from the command line. Okay, this is script who taking the input from the file. Okay, so everybody is taking the input from somewhere. Okay, but there was some time we want, when I run the script, they take the input from a keyboard. So when I run the script, they prompt me what you want to do, on which name you want to do, on which file you want to do, and accordingly they will do for me. So for this, we have a keyword or command in a cell called read. Okay, so if I hit read, you can see your keyboard open. Let me type my name, enter. That's all. Okay, so my name is a string, go to read. But this one thing, guys, whenever you pass any data, and if you want to use your data, you have to store this data in some variable. So here I haven't provided any variable name, but let me again read with the name called n. For example, let me type again Vimal. You know what happened, guys, this time? Vimal as a data stored in a variable called n. How I know? You can use n. See here? So automatically this variable store this value, and this value come from my keyboard. This is called standard input. Okay, or maybe in the read they can do some more thing here. They can pass have a PS option, and I can type enter your name to make it more customizable. So they will print this print message, and now it's very clear. Anybody who is inputting what they want to input, they put their name, and then name will be stored in somewhere. So again, guys, this is one of the command or the keyword from a shell or shell script. Okay, so let me start our code from here. So let me create one new code. Let's call log something. Okay, again, I'm using WinBash or user bin. In my case, my bash program is there in this folder, but just you can go and find with which command. Okay, I'll ask read and say enter your username to log and backup. And backup colon, that's all. And they stored in a variable called as a user. Okay, now guys, if you want to log any user, you should know some extra things apart from shell scripting. So there's a command, guys, called passwd. This command, otherwise user add and user mode command also we have, but this is one of the command we can use to log the user. So what I mean by this, so if let me create one user very quickly. Let's say user called A1. It's already there. Let me give the password. And right now, if I try to log in with A1 in one of my terminal, A1 with password, they are logging very well, no challenge. Okay. But if I want to log this user, so it's passwd is a command called L A1. So guys, they log the user. Okay. And now if I try to log in to this user A1 again with the same password, it logged. So because of my extra knowledge of Linux, I know this option. Okay, I know this command. So what I do, I go to my script and say, I'm running this command called pass.log, and from where you get the username, this variable. Also, this is variable. So how to use the variable like this? So first, I log this. Okay, let me test till here. Then we will do some more thing. Okay, so let me make this script executable. Okay, when I run this, they ask me which user log. Let's say I want to log user called Jack. Okay, by chance, this user is not available. So this message come from passwd command, because passwd command say if user is not available, how can I log? So it's better practice rather than password command will tell you the error. You can check yourself. How? Obviously, if use the id command, check this user exists. Both the case don't show me any of the output, send to the garbage. But only if the user exists, then only log it. Otherwise, skip. Or maybe send the message provided user not exist. Something like this. Username, let's say $user is not exist. Okay, and if closed. So it's a better way to perform this. Okay, so it will be very clear and very much informative or user experience who using this script. Okay, guys, again, why I'm repeating, guys, skip means run the command, but it doesn't mean just keep on running the command. Is always good practice. As much as granular level you can check and give prompting to user. So more and more check you do, testing you do. Okay, your script become more and more mature. It look like a very mature script. Everything you're testing before you do anything. So it's always the good practice better and more detail you test your script, okay, your script become more mature and you look like more professional in your subject. Okay, subject means maybe you're creating a script for cloud or for Hadoop, for machine learning settings of web servers, security, depend guys which domain you want to use your script for. Obviously you should know the commands of that domain. Okay, every domain has their own command, but concept of scripts syntax would be the same. Okay, now when I run this again, jack, they're very clear this user not exist. I run the jack again, jack, I think jack 67 I had, so it's not exist, but let me check my which user exists actually. So jack 68 exists, so let me run jack 68. They say now the log done successfully. Okay, so this is the one thing. But why I'm locking here, as per the requirement I told you already, after lock I want to take a backup of the home directory. But let me tell you one thing guys here, if I run my script, sometime somebody just hit enter. Hit enter. Okay, it means technically in this variable okay, the value of the value of this variable is null. Okay, so it is something like this, I create a user with null. Okay, so if I try to find out the value of this is what? Empty in null. Okay, so I can rather than by chance, this is a good thing about the pass wd command who has created. So the guy who created pass wd command, they have a condition and they say if you don't pass any username, I give the error. So that is done by pass wd command, the guy who created this command. But the good practice is because you are creating the script, so it's good practice you check your condition. What you check, if somebody type null or nothing or string is empty, check it and again prompt that you provided without any name, again try one more time. Okay, so how can you do this? And for this again we have a testing. How to test? Test command. And guys, if you want to test that this variable has value is empty or not. So for this we have an option called Z. Z. Okay, Z is a way through which we can check this. Sorry, this is the variable, right? The value of this string is empty or not. Okay, so we can use test. Obviously, test we don't use this. Okay, so and what will come up? 0. This means they are empty. That's what we are talking about. Again, let me repeat. If I put some data, if I test this, does this variable is empty? Is not. So what exit code come up? 1. But if I make this variable empty, test will say, does it empty? Answer is yes, and output come yes. So having Z is an option in testing who check the variable status if the value is empty or if it's not a string. In other way, you can say then they give exit code 0. So they're checking for this. And because you're using test, insert test also, you can use this concept also. I told you already. So wherever you do test, you can use this one also. Okay. So this concept we can use for testing the string is empty or not. Okay. So like it happens Z, just reverse of an Z, we have option called N. Okay. These are this reverse option. Okay. So so it is like a reverse option you can do. Okay. So so what I'm doing here in my lock script, okay, before I do anything, I'll check does this variable is empty. If this is empty, then I ask user name is not provided. Or if this is not empty, then else I will run the further code. So all the further code will be run after else. So let me properly indent. Indentation is not required here. It will work, but it's good practice to have your code more readable. Okay, and this if we will close here with fi. Okay, again if inside if, but it's good better practice to do it. Right? Intention guys here is not to show you if and answer if. I think you know this, but my intention here is I just keep on showing you more concept of shell scripting, how to test further thing. Okay, save. And now if I run my script again, I'm doing anything, so say username is not provided. Okay, and they again prompting you to provide the user. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, but guys here the good thing is they're checking multiple thing for you. But if somebody not power user, again they go type the command. Again, maybe next time they might not type the username. Again, they run the script. Again, they type. Maybe this time they type the name. Okay, next time they give the different error, this name will exist. So technically what I'm talking about, if you want to give your user better experience, okay, by chance something they miss, maybe username or wrong username, so they don't have to type the command script again. My script automatically start from the initial, something like this. Okay, so they keep on running, they keep on asking till the time the major give the right input. Right now they have, as I type wrong, my script give me the output the way I designed. Okay, and the script stops. Again, I've typed my command lock.ss or script name. Again, I hit enter. Again, my type name. Again, they fail. Good thing they fail because I tested, but I gave to type it again. Okay, so this is the use case. Okay, where again the concept of loop come into. Okay, this can be solved by again with the loop. Okay, but this time, okay, I can't use a concept called iteration. Okay, iteration normally means you have fixed item A, item B, item C, item D. I don't know how many items we have, but we have fixed item. And I want pick this, do something, pick this, do something, pick this, do something. That is called iteration, and normally iteration normally do here in the for loop. But here the use case is different. I want my script run, again run, again run, again run. I don't know the limit. It is like infinite. Maybe there's no fixed item. Somebody in the first go they type right name. Somebody type maybe after 10 go right name. What the script is looking for. So there's no limit as such, like infinite maybe. So again, logic is loop only. But this kind of use case solved by a loop called while loop. Here the role of while loop come into. Okay, so we will use while loop for this, and while loop will go and check those things. Okay, and because we are asking something to check, so again while loop guys also work like if. In the while loop also we can type the condition. While loop say if the condition true means exit equals 0, I will run my block of code inside me till the time my exit code become 1. Means false. So this is a good thing guys. This is a different way if or else. If say again run the code, if the exit code is 0 only once. But while loop say till the time my exit code, so you can think in this way is true or my exit code is 0, I keep on running the command. I keep on running the command till it fails. So maybe you can think in this one good use case, I can tell my while loop go somewhere, download a file. And for download, we might have put some command. Maybe guys, if you know curl command, right? Or wget command, for example, if you know. So I can tell my while loop, run this command, go and download. Or maybe this time this command says fail. Okay, now the good thing of while loop is because they keep on running this command till the time the success. So here I can use not operation, something like this. So I say keep on doing till it is successful. So it will be so much simple to control lots of things with the while loop. So I can say keep on trying, okay, till the time it's success. Okay, let me show you one quick example of this. Okay, so again, while loop, guys, we have to write a condition. Syntax you guys might know now, but let me add. So while loop, okay, here we have to write a condition. The condition way we write in if, right? Or because this is a loop, so we write start with do, like for we did, and we have to stop with that. And if the condition right, we can do, or we can write all those statements here. So till the condition right, this statement means keep on running. If the condition false, the while loop go out, like if. So this is a pretty simple, straightforward syntax of the while loop. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm running while loop. Okay. And if I run the date command here, or let me write in this way. Let me test whether 1 is equals to 1 or 1 is equals to 2. No, we know. Do and print echo hi and done. What happened, guys? Nothing, because this condition is false. Exit code is not 0. While loop say I won't run, and they won't run. Obviously, guys, in this case, if I put 1, what happened? This condition is true, and this true forever. While loop always get true. So finally, they keep on running high. How much time? Infinite. So it would be infinite loop. See here. So high is printing infinity, because we are in the command line. We know how to terminate in the command line. In Linux, we can do Control C to terminate. There's different one. It's terminated, but it's like infinite loop. Okay. So main point here is, okay, this line. And from where you get this condition? From the commands, like a date command. Okay. So I can tell my while loop, run this command, run this command. And if this command, give you true, okay, keep on running. So see, guys, they keep on running date, like infinite. Okay, same thing. I can tell my while loop, just go here, use curl and wcat command, download again, or maybe you have some use case, right? Something like this. You want to download something every 1 minute. Okay, so how can do this? Okay, so for this we can use one more concept of Linux or command line. There's a command, guys, in Linux called sleep command. Sleep. Okay, what I mean by this, for example, if I run the read command, your prompt come up next. Again, with the read command, very quickly prompt come. So your prompt will come, all right, next when this command runs successful. Okay, so if this command run within a second, the prompt will come within a second. Some command will run 10 minutes, the prompt will come in 10 minutes. But if you want to control this, okay, this command was sleep. 5 means 5 seconds. So they wait for 5 seconds, and they don't allow to run next command till 5 seconds. So it's a way to delay the commands. To delay the commands. Okay, so same thing I use here. So I'll tell my while loop. Okay, run the read command. Do. Okay, then delay of 5 seconds. Done. So while loop run the date command, here they can use the command called curl to download some file. Then wait for 5 seconds. Again download, then for 5 seconds. Because maybe I have some data in my server or log in my server, and I know every 5 seconds I want to download my log and do some processing on it. Okay, so any of the requirement maybe. Okay, so guys, here while loop run the date command, they keep on running, infinite. Okay, because we asked them to run infinite. But while loop will fail when this date command will fail. So in this case, my while loop, if they download something from the internet, if the internet connection goes down or server goes down, this command fail, or while fail, right, they stop and they go to the next line. Or next line you can write further code, or maybe of the code of email and notification. Okay, and to notify somebody that their server goes down. After notify, again they start a while loop. So we can create one while loop and start one more while loop. So lots of guys interesting planning you can do here. Very powerful thing if you guys try to notice here. Let's can you hold for a second, please. So guys, here I'm not only explaining the concept or keyword of the while loop, all the things that you can get anywhere, right? The big thing is I'm trying to relate almost all of the interesting use cases. Something I'm showing to show you here, something I'm explaining to you, the flow of it, right? But lots of powerful aspects you can plan here because the shell scripting, they're very tightly coupled with all the commands, and they understand the flow and notion of the command, what command is feeling, accordingly they do the thing for you. Okay, this is one thing. Now let's use while loop here. So in my user.ss, no, not this one, log. Somebody types something, it come out, they type wrong, they come out. So I say just keep on doing, keep on running, keep on asking. Keep on asking till the time they give the right output. Okay, before this you should know one more thing. The one more thing is whenever guys you are running a script, again guys, this is also live script, live shell is going on. Okay, and in the live shell, let me open new shell here. If you want to close the shell, we have exit command. Exit is the command through which we can close the shell. Okay, enter, close, shell close, or program close, or program stops. So exit is a one thing we can if you want to run stop the program somewhere in between, we can use exit to stop. So I am saying this thing because now we might require this. So I'm opening this file. Okay, and what I'm doing here, let me put everything inside my while loop. Okay, and so one thing guys, in this case I as such don't have any condition. I plan to keep on running this script again and again. Okay, so if you don't have a condition guys, you can type column. Do echo, for example, I'm just testing here, hi, and done. This column means you don't have a condition. It means it is by default infinite loop. So this is a way guys, if you want to run only a by default infinite loop without having any condition, you can use in this way. Guys, here is an infinite loop come. So what I'm doing here, I'm running the while loop with infinite. Why? In a minute you understand. I start this loop, do, and everything guys inside run in the while loop. Okay, so do, not and, done. Okay, now what you will achieve, let me show you at till here. So if I run this script, I type anything wrong. Now they say user is not provided, and again they ask me again one more time. That's what I wanted. I don't want to run my script again and again. And now I'm giving the wrong name. Again they say username Jack is not exist. I tested in your code. I'm very smart. Script I tested is not exist, but you, because you asking me to log, again tell me your username to log. And by chance, I know one of the user I have is, I think, Jack 68, maybe, I don't know. So they say yes, I logged. That's all. The challenge, guys, in this script right now here is because I put everything in the loop. A loop is infinite, so my script will run infinite. Even though you give the right output, they log the thing, but they keep on asking. In this case, the only way to stop is Control C. Let's go terminate, but Control C is not a good way to do stop the things, because terminating the script forcefully like this is not the good option. I want stop gracefully. After they do the things, they understand now my duty is done. I want to stop gracefully. For this, what can you do? Because you know, okay, if user not exist, the message print. If some error, this message print. But if something goes good, then this line print. And if this line print, it means whatever we're looking for is done. And because whatever we're looking for is done, so do one thing, exit here. That's all. Here we can use the keyword for exit. Now, by what is the use of this script? It's done. Now we don't need much. Okay, exit the script by this. So this is the only thing you have to do here. Okay. Now let me run my script again. Again, they provided dashboard. Again, they provide output. But if I type my right name of the user, it's I think 68. They log and my script come out. Okay, so this big script become a little bit more intelligent. They know what exactly they're doing. They keep on prompting user, giving good experience. They're testing multiple things. They are providing, they're giving you the output. Okay, so multiple guys things I explained to you one by one. After you have the knowledge, then I integrated everything in one box to give you the further points. Okay, so this part has been done. Okay, now one more small thing is, it is always good practice, because now I know this is my script is a program, it is also a command. Okay, the way I use read command, the guy who created the read command, they behind the scene they send you exit code. Similarly, guys, it's good practice whenever you are creating a script or a command, it is also your duty to send the exit code, successful or failure. It's so important, right? Because right now I'm creating a script and running the script manually, right? This is the way to run the manual. Okay, but typically in the real world, normally this is something, or most of the script guys, we don't run manually. We use some other automation tool to plug together. One of the great tools is CI/CD called Jenkins. So anybody who know about Jenkins, we ask Jenkins go and check the script from here or from the GitHub or run the script for me. Okay. And when the script run, if a script runs successfully, give me guys, if you ever work on Jenkins, there's a blue ball come up, my job run successful. If a script run not run successful, the red ball come up, is fail. It's something like this, right? So how Jenkins or other tools who running your script come to know the script run fail or unsuccessful? They also guys check the exit code of the script. Okay, so if you guys see here, I start my script, I randomly close the script, my script is not run successfully, the exit code come 130, my system will provide it by default this number. But if I run my script here and if I give the proper name, right, my script properly closed and my exit code here is 0. So it's by default nature, system of shell, they give you this number, but not always the true. Okay, so what I'm recommending here, whenever guys create a script, okay, in all the conditions, okay, after exit, just type your exit code number. I know when this line come up and this line runs successful. Okay, in that case, in this case, I want to stop my program, but with throwing the exit code 0. So anybody who using my script from the command prompt or by some other tools, they come to know my script runs successfully. It's also not a small thing, it's very important, guys. This number, like Jenkins kind of tools or any CI/CD tools, they pick this number from here and accordingly they decide the pipeline, whatever you guys know about Jenkins kind of tool. If you know, they will do the further actions on this. So it's not a small number. So don't take this small number underrated, right? Very important things to do. Or maybe somewhere you can pipe in, maybe might have some condition here and you see it's something we keep on trying for 3 times or 10 times. We can write some, increment number here. and after three times exit the loop, and that time after exit just exit the loop with some number 1. Okay, so while you fail success or there is some reason, okay, then in the last close the program with exit 1 means success error. So the tool will pick up this escape fail, and some other tools will have some email notification system, they will notify. So it's good practice to do in this way. So there's a role of exit command come in play. Okay, so right now I'm putting my name here to log. Now my script actually runs successfully, so exit code gonna come 0. And if you run this script with the help of Jenkins kind of tool, they also pick 0. 0 means in Jenkins also successful, so they give you blue ball or green ball there as a job or pipeline to be successfully completed. Okay. So that's how, guys, small things makes a lot of sense in the scripting world. Okay, so this one we had it. Now let's go part of our plan. So our plan, guys, is to create a backup after we log the user. And we know, guys, user home directory /home/Chris. But maybe this this might be not the home directory always. What I mean by this, because, guys, you know what happened whenever you create a user. Okay, let's create a user called J1. By default, home directory of J1 is /home. You can see here this directory created. Okay, it's by default nature. But mostly, guys, most of the time it's my possibility we are creating user, and while creating user, we can change our home directory name. Let's say J2. Now this user created, but the home directory of this user is in a different location altogether. So if I go to home folder, you can't find J2 folder here. If you go to MNT, you can find J2 folder here. It means if I try to log in with J2, okay, try to log in with J2. Now by default you landed to this home directory. It means you keep your data here. It means while creating the user, whoever guys create the user for you, or your portal create the user for you, because there are a lot of portals available in the market who create the user for you. That time they decide where they want to keep your home directory. So now point, guys, here is if you're creating a program to backup, okay, I can create a program directly that go to home folder /home and take the backup from there, because I don't know about this user, where this user home directory exists. Okay, for this you have to do some intelligent decision. Okay, decision would be is we know whenever we create a user, the entire information of user go to a file called passwd. Okay, this file contains almost all the information user. Okay, one of the information is user here, and one information here is they contain the name of the home directory of the user. And this is the only file, guys, that contain the information of the user, that where the home directory of user exit. And even though when you log in with J2, this is the only file where system asks where I have to land the J2 after login. So this file is very critical. And now we'll take the help from this file to find out the name of the home directory. How? Okay, so by chance we know something about this file. First, we know the user exists here. Second thing, we know in this file the first name. Okay, by chance if you don't know about this file, very quickly let me explain you this file in 1 minute. Those who by chance don't know about this file, so this is the user database of all the user created in the Linux. This file contains 7 different fields. The first field is username, second is password, is a link stored somewhere else, and between two information we have column. So column is a separator. It is also known as a delimiter and also known as field separator. And in this file, guys, we have total 7 fields. So one is username, password, UID, GID, comment, GCOS, home directory, and cell. So not all the things we require, but so 7 fields we have. Okay, but if you guys calculate here, the field where we maintain the home directory of the user is sixth field. If you try to calculate here, it's a sixth field here. So this information, guys, I just provided to you. You can get this information from somewhere else also, but based on this information, we can do some planning. Now, what planning we can do? First of all, I have to find the information about the user that I'm looking for. Okay, and for this, right, how can you find? Because we know every line is a record of per user. So we can use the command called grep in the Linux. Okay, in the grep, we can give a username J2. So any of the line where we find J2, this line will print it. See here, the user line will print it. But challenge in the grep command is grep command don't know J2's username or what. They go and check all the lines. Okay, and where they find J2 is a continuous pattern or continuous string, they print for you. For example, let me create one more user with KRJ2HI. Okay, so this user created. But guys, again, if I run the grep command, they pick this also. So technically, grep command is the one who will go to one of the file, any of the file, and they're looking for this word or pattern. And when they find this pattern or string, anywhere in between, they think I've searched what I'm searching for, and they print the entire line. There's a duty of grep command to grab a line from the file or search the line from the file. Okay, but we know I'm not looking for J2 only. J2 is my username. My username, and we know in this file, username always start of the line. Okay, username always start from the line. They never start in between. So the first name in this file is the username. Okay, so here, guys, what can we do? We can ask grep search for J2 only where only at the starting of the line. Here, guys, we can use the symbol called this. This is a symbol, okay, that represent starting of that. Because by the way, this symbol is come into the category of regex. That's called regular expression. So this is again the different and vast topic. If you know any programming language, you guys might know regex, but don't worry, anybody who don't know regex, maybe in my next weekend classes in my IIC Rise channel, where I'm delivering the free classes, I will talk very basic to detail about regex. Okay, so if you want to know anything about regex, you can join this classes free. We'll provide the link to you. Here, I don't want to invest my time because this is pure shell script. But this symbol is one of the symbol of one of the meta character of regex. The meaning of the symbol is this one. If you find J2 as a string initial of the line, then only you can get it. Okay, but again, we have an issue here. For example, if I create one more user called J2 pop. Okay, so one more user come up. And again, if you search for user J2 by this, both name come. So I tell my grep, okay, the J2 would be my first two character, but it should be come in the initial line. But here both the guys come up because they're looking for the pattern, not the entire word. So, but I am looking for my username. That name is J2. And because we know the concept of this file, and we know after username complete, we have a colon come up. But after colon, we have different field. So what we can do, we can do a small trick here. We can say column. Okay, so it means search only J2. After J2, we need a column. Technically, search J2 column is a one string search, but where only in the starting of the line. And we know within this file, the starting line contain my username. So technically, this is the way we are telling search user name J2. Now here you want to search J2, you want to search Vimal, right? It will become exactly the same way. If you want to search username root, it comes right. So grep is a command, but is the after this the game of regex, how you can apply the regex here. Okay. Now let's come to J2. Now our plan is, now we retrieve the entire record and line of the J2. Now my plan is to retrieve the directory name of this user. And we know this is field number 6. Okay. So there's a one command in Linux that is a capability. If you provide any line, they can cut the line. And the command name is also cut. Okay. So I'll tell my cut, go to this file, cut it. But obviously they have to ask what to cut. Okay. So I say, do one thing, cut and provide me field 1. So F1, F is option here. 1 means give me field 1. But here guys, they provide me all entire file. Why? Because cut say I will provide field 1, but for me, right, first field is the space. What I mean by this, let me create one file here. Let's say 1 Vimal. This is my data, for example. Jack. Okay. 3 G. Good. So every line is a record, and every record we have 3 columns, and we separated it with space. If you ask cut, go to this file, they print everything. So it's not get cut. But here they're asking you, just tell me which field to cut. So I say just cut the file and show me first field. Okay. But here the challenge here in the cut is, cut say, okay, I don't know what you mean by first field. Okay. I don't know your first field is just before the space, before the V, before the colon, before the comma. So I don't know what is your field separator. Okay, or a delimiter. So you have to be very specific here with option called D, that my field is separated with the space. Now guys, here first column come. Now you tell about your data set or data that every column is separated by a space. So I use D to tell the space is the field separator. Now they know about your field separator or the delimiter, same thing. Here you can just tell, just give me field 2, field 3. Now cut command will provide to you. Same thing you can do in your past WD file. Also, I can say just give field 1, but my field separator here is column. So where do you find column? Before the column, after the column, we have different field. Okay, and here they give you they give first field. Same thing if I'm looking for 6, because I know my home directory is in the 6th field. I can add 6. All the home directory come up. So there's this idea of cat command. But here I'm not looking for all the home directory. I'm looking only the home directory of J2. So what can you do, guys? There's one concept you guys might know about Linux. Or shell is called pipe. So what this grep will do, the output of grep, they don't print here. They send this output to somewhere else or to some other command. And for this is this symbol pipe we use. And where to send? Cut command. And tell the cut command in this output, colon is a separator. Separate this file. Anybody who know, for example, some language, in the language we have some function called split. So it's something like a split. Cut command is like a split. Okay. And I'm looking for field number 6. That's all, guys. So pipe is a symbol. So this command run first and output. This command doesn't print on the console. This output go to next command as input. This command will run in this output only and provide your output in the console. Now it is your choice. You want to print the output in the console or you want to put the output in the variable. How? This way, the way I show you. So this output will go and assign to variable X. That's all. Okay. And now if any output go in the variable X, any other variable you can do whatever you want to do with this value. Okay, so that's the idea. Okay, and now technically X is a variable that can know my folder name, and now this is the folder we are looking to do a backup. Okay, and there's one more thing, guys, here. Two very interesting thing to be noticed. According to this file, the home directory of user is this one. Okay, it doesn't mean this folder exists. Maybe initially my user has created, that time we created this home directory. Afterward, there's one command of rm after rvf, somebody deleted this folder by some way. So according to this file, the home directory of this user is this one. But this directory is not at all exist. It's not there. Okay. So obviously, guys, before we do the backup, I want to test. I want to check, does this directory exist or not? Only if the directory exists, okay, then only I will do the further things of backup. So how to test? Again, we have a test keyword. Okay. And to test about the directory, we have a keyword called -d. For example, I have to test, does mnt is active? If I check my variable, true, because it is a directory. Does etc is a directory? Okay. Sorry. Yes. Does mnt j2 is a directory? No, because we removed it. Okay. So I have a D is option, who is a option to test does is a directory or not. For example, if I search for, check for, does etc pass wd is directory? No, sorry. They check for the directory, but they also check for one thing, they exist or not. Okay. Why the false come up? Because D is option only meant for directory. They're checking for directory or not, or this directory exists or not. Okay, so anything you want to test as a directory or not, have a use D. Okay, and obviously, guys, this file is not a directory, is a file, so it won't exist. But if you're looking for the file to check, does this a file or not? So instead of D, we can use E. E is option to check this is a file or not. Yes. Plus, they check also this file exists or not. Exist or not. Okay, so E is option to check for the file, or D is option to check for the directory. Okay, so this is, guys, some more conditions operator we can write. This is known as file operators. We can find some more file operator like F or R. One operator will check this file is writable, one check the file is executable. So let me write very quickly options for you. So according to your requirement, you can check. Okay, so there's an option here called X. It will check the file is executable or not. Sometimes we write a script. Before I run this script, I will check my other program, this file is executable or not. If not, we can use csmod command to make it. Okay, we can check by W to check the file is writable or not. Because before time to put anything in the file, we check this file is writable or not. Even though if run the script with root have all the power, but normally we don't run the script with the root. So a normal user don't have power to all the file to write. So we can use W to check. Okay, -S is option to check file is exist or not and is not empty. Okay. So have a requirement to test the file exists or not, but it is not empty. Accordingly, we take the decision. -R is again to check the file is readable or not. Okay, E, I told you file exists or not. D, I told you this is a directory or directory exists or not. Okay, and that's all. There's one more option I think is called F, is a file exist or not, or it is a regular file or not. A regular file. Because, guys, if you know about Linux, there's 7 different kind of files, right? One is file, directory file, socket file, link file. So it is regular file. So if you guys search in the Google also, a file operated shell scripting, these are the keyword you can go and check. Okay. So in my case, I would like to use D. Okay. Or maybe you can use this way, or maybe you can use this way. Same thing, right? So I'm looking for this is directory or not. No, right? So this is the guys planning we will do. So technically we have to start from here. Let me copy this line. So how this command created, I explain every bit of it step by step, logically. Okay. And after I lock my user, okay, I lock my user, then what I did, I'll go and and get the home directory. Let me use hd home directory. Okay, maybe let me put the complete name home directory variable and of my user. Okay, here the username is not J2. My username here is is $user. Okay, now guys, here one challenge you might face. Okay, the challenge here is by chance, guys, if you see talk about dollar, okay, after dollar, whatever type they treat as a variable name, but technically my variable name is still user. After this colon is not my variable name, it is actually fixed character I put here. So what I'm talking about. Okay, so technically, let's say x is a value, let's say jack, and I want to print x print. But they might requirement I want to print, after x ing. Okay, so what I want the value of x print like jack, and what the value of jack x come up after x ing I want to put. That's what I want. If I give a space, it will work, but I don't want to give space also. Okay, so what a value of x will print after this continue ing will come up or something will come up. In this case, you know what, it will confuse. They feel xing is a one single variable, because after you write dollar and if you write continuous, there's no space. They treat this guy as a as a single variable. But we know x is a variable, ing is just a fixed string. So for this, guys, what we have to do is to be very specify here that after dollar x is a variable and ing is not a variable, and for this we have to use this symbol, special character, curly braces. Curly braces means after dollar only till x we have variable and ing is just a just a string. Okay, so that's what you have to do here, right? Same thing I might have to apply over here. So maybe, guys, after dollar they might treat column also as a part of variable, but they are not. My variable is still here. Okay, so when I ask the user to log, they will go and find out my home directory. Okay, but I believe we have to put this code after this. Okay, so they check the user exists, then the log, then they get the home directory. Just for testing, I am just printing the home directory to check till here everything working or not. Okay, and and I'm checking one more thing here. I was checking one more thing. I'm checking for does this is a directory or not, means the directory exists or not. Okay, and if directory exists, then just for testing, I'm printing home dir exist, and this if close here. Okay, So we get the home directory just for testing printing and also checking home directory exists. If home directory exists, then I do the backups. So let my let the run the scripts. Okay, nothing, nice. Jack 68 working good. They say home directory they retrieve dynamically, and they also find this home directory exists because they exist. Okay, now everything is going good. Now we have to do backup. And how to do backup? Pretty simple. You guys know. There's a command called tar you can use to create the backup. So there's command tar -cf to create the backup of this folder. Just I'm manually doing it, just showing this command to you, and and you're creating a backup with the name, let's say jack68.tar. Okay, so enter. You can see, guys, this is backup created. So this is a command normally we use. So now copy and paste the command here. So I want to do backup only if the directory exists. So I will put the command over here. Okay, but how you know the directory name? Because my directory name is there in the web. And a really good practice, always create a backup with your username. So I can give my username here. How? Again, $user. That's all. So you can do here. So now everything looks very good and nice. So let's test this code. So I'm going to create a new user. Here's called T Linux World. Give the password. No, let me create one more user. I'm not this one. Let me create a user in very different folder. Let's let's etc mlw mlw. So this is one of my username. I created some other folder. I don't know where it's been created. I'll give the password just to check. And now what I'm doing here, I'm logging to I'm LW with the password. I landed here. I create some dummy files. Let me put A, B, and C. Okay, and now this user is working great. No challenge. But my system company say we have some suspicious on this user. So I want to lock this user. Okay, maybe sometimes somebody might type something, somebody might type wrong name, but as soon as they type a right name, the user so user log. How I know? If I again try to log in with the user, MLW MLW with password is locked. That's what I wanted. Plus, as I'm a lock also, I want this their home directory backup to be done. And you have to confirm very quickly. This option called TF to check. T is option entire command to check that they have some enter files also, but this file is backup from the home directory. Okay, so everything is working great in this script. Okay, one more practice is good, especially in backup world, because if I try to backup this guy one more time, the older backup file overwrites. This file overwrites. So it is good practice, guys. Always create a backup with the username maybe, but with the timestamp. With the timestamp. So because time is keep on changing, so a backup won't be overwrite. So it's a good practice to do. So depend, guys, how frequently you're doing the backup. Okay. So example, if a date is a command, in the date command we have option called the symbol called %f. It gave you today's or D. Okay, you can create your own format. Okay, so if you think you're creating backup per day basis, use this command. Use this command. Okay, let me in the top. Let me use this command. Let me say this is my time stamp. And this is the command you guys know how to get the output. Okay. And while doing the backup, okay, create this file user hyphen dollar timestamp. Again, this is a variable. So finally, the backup will be your username hyphen today's date hyphen dot. Because you're creating the backup everyday basis, so your everyday basis file is created new. They won't overwrite. Okay, so let me create one more time. MLW backup created, and they created with the name and again tomorrow I run this because intention here to run to get a backup per day basis. So next date come up. So older file won't be have backup. So we have multiple files created per day basis. How frequently you run that will be changed, or maybe you can write a timestamp. You guys know, epoch time something like this. Okay, so guys, main intention is to show you multiple concepts syntax of the cell scripting. But while doing this scripting, I explain you lots and lots of concepts, right? Just in one day, lots of different concepts, right? And plus show you some of the use cases, some of the use case program we have designed here. Maybe this may be useful for you, or you do some changes in this program that makes more sense for your use cases. Maybe for multiple things we have constructed. Interesting thing is I show you how to construct this kind of command based on my use case. Okay, so maybe cut command, grab command. Otherwise, some of the main part of this command I show to you. Just customize, change something, create your own. And bigger thing is I explain you how to plan the things, right? So this is again very important to know. But guys, understand one thing, just in one day, almost all the main concept of cell scripting we have discussed. Even though we have one more day left, I will take this program to next level. Okay, so I suggest guys, all the concept of cell scripting what is left I will cover tomorrow. But anybody have some good use case that you guys need to work in your real industry work, you stuck maybe some of the work use case, just create some small post on this post in your WhatsApp group. And I want all the learning success head get this information, plug together, provide to technical guys or technical volunteer, create a note and share to me. So I'll try to touch your respective use case as also tomorrow as much as I can do. But motto is to complete this scripting. That will very simply do because lots of concepts we have done today. Okay, so I think you guys enjoy a lot of practicals we have done. Any questions, guys? If you have, you can ask me in Q&A. Okay, I think as Google Drive link we have shared to you all the code and all the screens. I will post in your Google Docs. Yes, so Hasani, you can also nested loop also. Okay, you can put one loop inside one loop, while inside loop, if inside loop. So any kind of combination based upon the requirement you can perform. Guys, giving the extension.sh is not required. I told you already. Good practice to give to tell somebody there is a cell scripting. But if you don't give extension also, it works the way normally they work. What do you use export variable? Right, Sumit, if you want, you create a variable, and this variable is created in shell. But there's a lot of third-party program, and if you want those third-party program can retrieve the value of the variable. For example, Java or Hadoop or XYZ program from variable. So they can only access your variable value if they are exported. So there's one keyword called export you can use, and the variable that has been exported, then only third-party tool can go to shell and retrieve their value. How to give the password user using shell? I think before the lunch I told you -f SDN option we have in password command, but don't worry. Let again ask me tomorrow. I will tell everyone to you guys. Hemant, there's no difference bin bash and usr bin bash. Okay, in some of the words, my best command is there in bin folder. In my case, my best program is usr bin folder. Maybe some OS they have a link, so it's just a folder name where this bash command located. uh, Guys, files and folder, it has no relation with shell. Okay, file is there in the storage, shell is just a way to get the commands, right? So it doesn't matter your shell is sh and bash. If you run the cat command, your shell will go and run the cat command and retrieve the file. Only difference shell is the syntax, the way I writing the code here, some of the internal keyword of the shell. Okay, that's the only difference. Ajay, yes, you can read the data in the file with the cat command also, because scripting is mainly for using the in OS respective commands, right? That's the meaning of scripting. But if you don't want to use a cat command, then you use file handling. Okay, and file handling, for the file handling, you use some programming language like C or Java or Python. Then without using the cat command, you can go and read the file from their pointer. Okay, so but because this is scripting means we have to script the command that is provided by those. That is the main meaning of the scripting, right? So, but yeah, what you're asking is can be done, but for this you have to use some kind of programming language like Python and create your own code for file handling. Sanket, actually in this program, obviously I can't discuss with kernel. Maybe I'll try to have some workshop on kernel. Maybe I'll try or some classes on it. But obviously there's no meaning to discuss about the kernel in shell scripting classes. Nikhil, what are you asking to access the access name and ID of CSV file? So tomorrow I will talk a little bit about AWK. Cut command also you can use. I think now you can get the idea. Cut command is also the way you can get some name or ID from the cell. We can use field F1, F2, and use the cut command to get it. Okay, and after you get it, you can do it for example. Right now I show you this example of cut. What happened? So I cut this file, and I'm looking. My delimiter is colon, and I'm looking for the field 1 and field 2. Here, 2 field come up. So field 1, and I can the cool. Both the field come up, right? Or maybe I want to looking for field 1 and field 6. Okay. So cut is also, again, one of the way, or AWK command has a more powerful way to do it. So is all user will added same password? No, Harshit. Right now the user that I created, I have to set my password with passwd command, right? Your password you have to set after user created with the passwd command. Guys, don't lock in this script. Don't lock root account, otherwise you're stuck. Okay. So in this script, if you try, don't lock a root account. Guys, there is a command of user del to delete the users. Apparently, there is nowhere the positional parameter store. It's like on the fly. When you run the script, that time they will retrieve the positional parameter and they use it. That's all. They don't store anywhere. So guys, lots of things we have discussed over here. I suggest practice this very important things, useful concepts and use cases. All right. So use this. Okay. And any queries till date, if you try to use this, it will be solved. And any queries you can ask your technical volunteer, they help you. And some of the concepts what you're asking here might be covered in in the tomorrow classes, right? uh, that's all, guys, for today. See you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Take care. See you.